purpose is to work for the good of this party and of this movement. So whenever there is any question as to what you are doing, make sure that you err on the side of fighting for this movement. That will often mean working with people who don't agree with you on a specific issue, on a specific faction, and yes, even on where we're supposed to put that semicolon. And even though they are wrong about where that semicolon is supposed to go, you know it, I know it, every smart person here knows where that semicolon is supposed to go. So even though there are some people that are wrong about that, it turns out we can still work with them because on the vast majority of things, we still align and we still are on the same side. That is why we are here. Quick round of applause. Who is here because you think we are too free and that we should fight for less freedom? Okay, that guy has to go. But everyone else, whoever that is, has to go. I'm so sorry. Great, thank you for coming. You have to go. But everyone else is here for largely the same reason, and I just hope you remember that. You are going to argue about things. We are here for a parliamentary process that is both necessary and very exciting, but ultimately we are here for the same reason. We want a freer world. Who here wants a freer world? Who here wants a better and freer future for generations that haven't even been born yet? Who is here for nothing short of a revolution? Well, then let's get to it. I thank you all for being here. Love y'all. I'll be here all weekend. Thank you again for being a part of this. Thank you.
Can I give you a honeybee?
What?
Can I give you a honeybee?
Yes, thank you.
There's a honeybee.
I appreciate that. Does this signify a thing or is it just a...
It signifies a thing, but it doesn't signify anything that anybody knows.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I love honeybees.
Oh, thank you. No, I know because you have...
confused sometimes. Yeah. I forget which microphone is which, but that's what it's for. Chris, I know I'm also. I know I had Scotch tape set aside to break.
What did I do with my delegate badge? Oh, here it is.
Testing, testing. So just a quick announcement before we start. As most of you already know, just kidding. There is a mimosa station out in the back. If you have a platinum package, show them your platinum badge. You get them until lunch. And if you don't, you're still welcome to get one for, they would be $10 each. So Michael Graves will be collecting cash in the back there. So just so everyone is aware, there's a mimosa station. Everyone is welcome. But platinum package gets it unlimited until noon is when they'll close up for today.
the screen. Secretary.
Yeah, yeah. And some audio coming in from the audio. So audio right here, he has the HDMI for the video.
Okay, so just leave that here for right now. Okay, we're back from recess. We're going to start things off. The first thing would be where we are currently with credentials, Mr. Secretary.
Madam Chair, there are 92 delegates registered.
Okay, 92, and so a simple majority
Is 46.
and quorum, okay. Quorum is 46. Okay, so, huh? Oh, now. And credentialing is open still for those of you that have not credentialed, but we just needed to get the party started. So. Good morning, Libertarians. I'm super excited to see everybody here today. So far, this has been a fabulous convention, and it couldn't have, just for anybody that wasn't there, we gavelled in at the Doubletree. We met for approximately 45 seconds. Fastest meeting in Libertarian history. And we adjourned to here, so now we are good to go to start our day. So, as everybody knows, we have our agenda in the rules. And so the agenda is in the rules, it's on the website, and I believe it's in your program.
Yeah, it's in the program.
So, just so everybody knows what it is, we start with the credentials report, and after, of course, coming to order. Then we have reports of party officers, followed by consent calendar. I will tell you that consent calendar are things that people give to the chair at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting that don't require debate. There was nothing submitted, so we don't have anything for the consent calendar. Then that's followed by and it's officer reports and also working committees. The two working committees that report to this body are the Budget Committee and the Financial Standards Committee. Then we have the Bylaws Committee report, followed by elections. This year we have lots of elections. The one we don't have is, although it's on here, Judicial Committee and Judicial Committee alternates, because those are a 2-year term that were done last time. We don't have anything to do with, convention delegates for national this year. So, and my computer just decided to turn off. And then followed by that is, it's not a presidential year, followed by endorsements, and then resolutions and other matters. So, my mouth is very dry. I might get myself a mimosa. Maybe not. Okay, so that would lead us to the next thing, which is the reports. The first report is the chair report, and I will admit that it did not, well, it's pretty much kind of written, but not completely, so part of this is going to be me winging it. So, as the chair of the Libertarian Party, it was my mission to grow the number of registered Libertarian voters throughout the state, as well as our donor base and sustaining membership. All this was to further the prime purpose of any political party, which is to get Libertarians elected to both partisan and nonpartisan offices throughout the state. My plan for doing this was to do outreach, which included writing opinion pieces that state our party's principles and goals, and publish them in media outlets throughout the state, to make appearances at events, and to increase the party's visibility. The systems that I put in place were for best practices going forward, and as everybody knows, I am not running for chair again. This is my last convention. It's been a pleasure to be the chair of this party for the most part. Some of it has been very difficult, very, very difficult. Butterflies are sometimes hard to herd, so it's been difficult, but I believe that in my 5 years, I accomplished many of my goals. Our registered libertarians grew, our membership grew. This last year, we've had some issues with membership. It went down, our donorship went down. It was very unfortunate. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that there's been a lot of infighting in the party. And that makes me really super sad. It just does. Because we're too small for that. We need, like Spike said, we need to work together. We don't have to agree all the time. As a matter of fact, there's never two libertarians that agree. I've been married for 30 years. My husband and I don't agree most of the time. But we're still married after 30 years because ultimately we love each other. We don't have to agree. And by the way, if we did agree all the time, that would be really super boring. You know, I mean, you don't want to live in an echo chamber, right? You don't want to have somebody that's just going to say yes to everything you say. And we have heated debates. We're both libertarians. Fun fact, when I became chair, I was able to see voter data, and I found out that my husband and I both registered libertarian on September 17th, 1982. Except we didn't meet each other for 8 years. So, fun fact. So I guess it was destined to be. We also we both loved one band that none of you guys have probably heard of, the 13th Floor Elevators. That's like my favorite band. It's like his favorite band. It's a 60s garage punk band before both of our times. And they have an electric jug, so I digress. But it just goes to show that you can have a long relationship and grow together if you remember that you love each other. And when I come to these conventions and I look around, I love everybody because we're here to do the same thing, which is to fight the state. We're not here to fight each other. We're here to change the state. And over this last year, one of the things that I'm actually proud of that I did was fighting the state with ballot arguments. And I wrote and sent them to several counties. We had many of them published. And of those, we ended up saving taxpayers. Now, I can't say we can take all the credit, but we had our arguments in the the voter information. We saved taxpayers over $8 billion. That's the kind of stuff we need to do, is fight the state. And by the way, during that, we had one county where somebody challenged our argument. And we got an attorney that represented us pro bono, and we won. We prevailed in court. And we have now standing that they can't discriminate on content of our arguments. They have to publish them. They're not even supposed to read them. They're just supposed to count the words. And if we're the only bona fide organization that does one, or if we win in basically a lottery where they pull numbers, ours is published. And that's a way to get our name out there. Our name was on all those ballots even though we didn't have candidates. And we did have several good candidates last year. 2020, so 2022. The days all get screwed up. And I had too many glasses of wine last night.
Can we change mics? It's just not sounding very well. Sorry to bother you.
That's okay. It's probably my fault. It's probably user error.
Give me a second to turn it on.
Okay. Okay, so, is this better? Okay, so all that being said, I'm kind of rambling because, I didn't really, well, I do have stuff written down. But so in 2022, we did have several good candidates. One of them is Tom Nichols, who was a write-in and ended up in the general election. And he ended, yeah, and thank you, Tom, wherever you are. He ended up getting 25.8% of the vote. He got 44,378 votes. And he was one of two candidates. Of course, he lost to the incumbent. You know, incumbents have lots of money. We don't. We need money to run our candidates. We also had Supervisor Hewitt, who ran a re-election, and he ran an incredibly good campaign. He raised substantial money, but in the end, he lost because of the state. He lost because of public employee unions. They poured money into the other candidate because they knew that when negotiating their contracts, they'd get good contracts. Supervisor Hewitt would not take money from them. They tried. They tried to give him money at the beginning. He sent the check back. He said, no, I'm not going to do it. And they fought like hell to make sure he lost. They ran a dirty, dirty campaign. But he's going to take that and he's going to run with it, and he's going to do a lawsuit and try to make it so that public employees can't, unions can't give money to candidates, because that's collusion. Thank you. We also had several good candidates in Hanford, and again, dirty campaigns. They outspent, they had radio ads, and they ran against libertarians because they're scared of us. And when we get into office, like Kalish Morrow, she was mayor, she made things happen in that city that actually made liberty for people. You know, at the very beginning of her term, she had a resolution saying that all businesses in her city were essential. Therefore, none of them had to close during the pandemic. Michael Lima, he ran in Hayward. He ran a really good campaign as well with his campaign manager, Mr. Malagon, and did not prevail, but ran a great campaign. Roger Cohen ran for city council in Redlands. Didn't prevail, but ran an excellent campaign. Oh, and I didn't say the names for Hanford, and I should have. Amanda Saltre, Shane Strawn, and Francisco Ramirez. We also had James Berg running for Susan City Mayor, Jeff Schultz running for Thousand Oaks City Council, Lawrence Samuels running for the Carmel Unified School District, Jennifer Cavanaris, I believe, running for Fremont Unified School District, and Deborah Brandon, who is a libertarian, and she ran a libertarian campaign. She was the incumbent for Sweet Unified School District, and she did win. She got 42.08%, coming in first of three. So anyway, that's, I want to thank all of our candidates. And again, I just came to the number for those ballot arguments. It was $8,808,300,000 that were saved. So. So as I mentioned, you know, 2021 was a really good year for membership growth. We grew tremendously. Unfortunately, 2022, we didn't grow as much. We lost 19%, where we had gone up 17% in 2021. However, I will tell you that this year is starting out strong. I'm sure it's for this convention, but it started out really strong. And in January, we brought in, give me a minute, sorry. In January, we brought in not as many members, but in February, so far in February, we've brought in 71 new members. So, and those are new members. So that's a good start to the year. So I think that everybody needs to go out and make friends and get them to be libertarians. And it's not that hard. Avens O'Brien was in an Uber this morning, and in the short Uber ride, she was able to get a new libertarian. So, anyways, I want to thank some people, though, in the party before I stop. I've worked with some amazing people on the executive committee. I've had, we haven't always gotten along. We've argued, we've fought, we've had great deliberative process. But at the end of the day, we always would go out, have dinner, have drinks, because we knew we loved each other. Unfortunately, this last year, that hasn't been the case, and I hope going forward that changes, because this last year, truly for me, was not a good year. It was fairly miserable. I felt like I was fighting an uphill battle. I felt that it was very unfortunate. It was an unfortunate way to end my tenure as chair, because I think that the first 4 years we did so much to grow, and this last year, it was just not fun. So I hope that going forward that changes. And again, that we remember we love each other. So it's really bittersweet for me to end on that note, but that's probably where I'm going to end my report, because I might cry. Thank you. So are there any questions? I think so.
I just want to say, no matter what happens here, I want you guys to always support your candidates. That's important. Even if you don't give to the party, give to the candidate directly, because we need to get people elected, no matter what it is. If it's a water board, a school board, a city council, I don't care what it is, support your local candidates. It's important. It's super important, because we need to get people at the bottom up, work from the bottom up, so we can form like a pyramid, so we actually have strength on the bottom. So even if we hate each other today, please support your candidates.
Thank you. And yes, please, thank you so much. Councilperson Hewitt. She knows, because she ran a race and she won. And it was because of support of her community and her fellow libertarians. So yes, please do that. Anybody else? Mr. Starr.
I just wanted to add to one more victory that we had in 2022, and thank you for your role with this. We managed to get a term limits proposal adopted in Oxnard on our city council and mayor, so they're limited to the terms of office that they can serve. So it was a big battle. We actually had to sue the city council to place it on the ballot because they refused to do so. That's a long story I won't get into right now. But we won, and I think there's lots of opportunities to win out there, especially with initiatives. So thank you for listening to me, and thank you for your role in helping us with that, and let's go forward.
Thank you. And being that he said that, I'm going to add that Mr. Starr and Ms. Purcell have fought a tireless battle in Oxnard. They've gotten recalls on the ballot. They've written and gotten many of their proposals put on the ballot for ballot initiatives, and they've prevailed. They also, one of them was saving their people, the residents, tons of money on, it was utility bills, right? Basically. But they had to get refunds because they had been overcharging for years. And everybody in that city government, when they see them coming, they want to hide, I think. But they've also ended up embattled in lawsuits nonstop, and they've got attorneys that work with them because they constantly try to overturn what the two of them have accomplished in that city. So everybody should give them an applause too. Okay, anybody else? And anything I forgot to say, please get up and say it. Supervisor Hewitt.
Thank you, Mimi. I just wanted to tell everybody that when this business section ends today at about 5 o'clock, hopefully we'll end at about 5 o'clock, they'll be coming in here to change everything over to the gala that's at 7. We will be having an impromptu debate. We have two wonderful, wonderful presidential candidates for the Libertarian Party here at this. We have Lars Mapstead and we have Chase Oliver. And they've agreed to go ahead and put on the gloves and go mano a mano on each other. And we will be having a debate up there. Larry Sharp and I will be fielding some questions. Lauren Dean will be the MC. So if you're not doing something between 5 and 7, put that on your time and come on up. We're going to do it right up here in the mezzanine again. It'll be a nice little area. And we love debates. So see everybody there.
Thank you. And yeah, for anybody that's not going to the escape rooms and things like that, I think that that's an excellent opportunity. And in case anybody saw it, there was a really good debate the other night between Lars and Chase and Mike Tremat. And with
Mike Tremat would be here if he wasn't already in Kentucky. So
correct.
Talk to him. We got at least three great candidates already.
Yeah, and it was Larry Sharp moderated, and it was a really good debate. And you can go see it still, obviously, because it's on the internet. So we do have 3 very good candidates so far. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, I'd like to congratulate Kelly Cardin, who recently was sworn into Roseman Municipal
Thank you.
Council.
That was in my notes, and I forgot.
He's a great dude. He's fighting for liberty in Kern County, and I wish him the best. He's fighting for liberty in Kern County, and I wish him the best of luck, and I hope he continues the good work.
Absolutely, yes. And I should have said that Kelly ran in a 2-way race for supervisor, and he was outspent, 3-way race, excuse me. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that other guy. He was great. And Kelly was great in the debate that was actually televised for that. I mean, I think he won the debate hands down. But he didn't prevail, but that opened the other door for what he's doing now, and he's doing really great things in his community. So thank you, Kelly. Okay, anything else I forgot to say? It helps when you actually write things down, you know? Yes, sir.
I'd just like to say, I came on board in 2017 as treasurer because nobody else wanted the job. I was fortunate enough that Mimi had come on board before that as secretary and started cleaning up the membership database. When I came on board, everything was a mess. We didn't have any books. We got $8,500 in FPPC fines, and I worked together with Mimi for 4 years, and we grew the party, I think, quite dramatically. When I came on board, I think we had less than $15,000 in our checking account. And by 2019, when we were full speed ahead and growing the party, our yearly income went up over $100,000. And we started having to file IRS reports, Form 990. When I came on board, we only had one checking account, which was for membership only. We didn't have an account for supporting state or federal members. And by the time I left, we had 3 checking accounts, one for membership, one to support state candidates, and one for supporting federal candidates. I've been in a number of organizations over the years, and Mimi is the finest chair I have ever worked with. And we accomplished just a tremendous amount in a very, very short period of time. And it just goes to show, even if we didn't always agree, But we always had the same goal, which was growing the party, and we worked very closely together to make sure that happened. So thank you very much for contributing so much to this party. So thank you.
Thank you. And Steve did a yeoman's job. It was a full-time job. So, thank you. Anything else? Yes, sir. Without you raising your hand, it wouldn't be a convention.
I'm sorry. It's just really, I just want to express my appreciation. I know what it's like to be in your shoes. And we have other, by the way, we have other great chairs that we've had throughout the history of this party. I mean, in this room right now, we got Mark Hinkle, I think Gail Lightfoot's here as well. And just want to say that this is a real sacrifice to spend the time leading this party and supporting it, that you end up being the #1 volunteer out there. And so very often thanks are not said. I just wanted to say thank you. And thank you to whoever else takes on this role, because it's a lot of work. So whoever assumes this mantle, thank you in advance. You're signing up for a lot of work, so thank you.
Thank you. And yes, by the way, both of them and Gail, all fabulous chairs. And then, of course, we've got Mary Jingle, who's national chair. And California chair. Thank you. You really were a glutton for punishment. Okay, anything else? Thank you very much. So now we're going to go to the next officer report, which will be Mr. Malagon's vice chair report. Do you want to take that? That one's not working well, so you can bring your computer. Or do you want to do it? I'll just do it. Yeah. I don't know where this came from or what it is. Here you go.
All right. So, thank you, Madam Chair. So as most of you know, I was not elected as vice chair. I was elected as the Northern Area Coordinator at our Long Beach convention. I was appointed by the executive committee to be vice chair after Ms. Nix's resignation. My successor was Ms. Stump, who has been doing an excellent job since then. So this all happened in July. I kind of wanted to, one of my first things that I wanted to do as the vice chair is redefine the role. And it really has been seen as a do-nothing role. I did post this report on the Facebook business page for anyone that did get a chance to read it, so I'm not going to go through the whole, I'm not going to read it verbatim, but I really do think, as we've just been listening to the chair, it's a lot of work to be chair, and it's kind of unreasonable to assume that the chair has to do everything and that they should do everything, so the vice chair should be there as a support role and have access to everything, step in whenever anything needs to be done. So I reached out to various affiliates, to various committees, and said, I'm at your disposal, whatever it is that you need. If you need me to attend meetings, if you need me to do any sort of work, give you access to anything, show up to things, let me know. I'd be more than happy to do it. So I made myself available all across the state. A lot of you did take me up on that offer. So since I've been vice chair, I've attended 19 different county affiliate meetings throughout the state. That includes Fresno County, Alameda, San Diego, Placer, Los Angeles, and then, of course, my own county of Contra Costa. I did not miss any executive committee meeting. I got a shout out for Contra Costa? Yeah, there we go. Miss Hatch, all right. I've not missed an executive committee meeting, including the special sessions that we had via Zoom. And I've also provided support across 12 different affiliates throughout the state in various capacities, not necessarily in order, but it was Alameda County, Fresno, Kern, Los Angeles, Riverside, Sacramento, Santa Cruz, San Bernardino, San Diego, San Luis Obispo, San Francisco, and Yolo. So I will address just a couple of things. So we had a quarterly meeting fundraiser at the 4th quarter executive committee meeting in Sacramento at the previous location, the Doubletree. It's kind of where we found out that it wasn't suited for our needs. It was a successful fundraiser. We had Mr. Adam Choi, I think he is here. We basically did an independent film festival featuring some of our most talented libertarian filmmakers. So Mr. Adam Choi had the edited, our very own secretary, Mr. Chris Edgar, had Power Day, and then Ms. Renita Sussman, don't know where she is. Sometimes she's hard to track. Oh, there she is, all right. So that was a little bit of a short joke, but okay. So she knows, she's standing, there we go. So she did the Free State Project documentary and premiered that and had an extended trailer. We did a Q&A afterward. It went very well. We had about 35 attendees. There was no money spent on this event, so we made $2,030, which, when you don't spend any money and you get that from coming in, people donated auction items, obviously, and that's good. We need money for the party, as we just found out. So that was a win all the way around. And in the future, I did learn a lot about being able to do fundraisers and stuff in the future, so that's good. Made some mistakes. We'll correct them in the future for these, but I would like this to be an ongoing theme in executive committee meetings, depending on wherever it is that we go in the future, coordinating with that county, making sure that everyone is involved so that we maximize our revenue and attendance and engagement all the way around. So I will go ahead and read this almost verbatim. I do have a section about the 2023 annual convention, which we're all at, which has gone swimmingly so far. So Ms. Gia Christopher, the chair of the convention committee, did ask me to assist her. That was one of the various committees that I was tagged into just a few months ago. The original venue was known to be unsuitable for the party's purposes since about March of 2022, but that fact did become impossible to dismiss after our in-person executive committee meeting, which took place on December 10th at that venue. The convention committee was able to, against all odds, given our very limited time frame, find a venue that could host the convention on the dates that initially were provided to the membership, hence being here at the Embassy Suites, and I hope that you're all having a good time so far. Mimosa Station, just saying. Anyway, so there are a lot of people that did make this possible outside of Ms. Christopher as far as helping with everything, Ms. Janine Kent, Ms. Emily Tilford, Ms. Alex now Carrillo, she got married, so for volunteer coordinating. So all these efforts are very greatly appreciated from everyone on the convention committee. I would especially like to thank Mr. Chris Rufer, Ms. Alexandria Hatch, Ms. Julie Beeman, and Mr. Craig Strachan for sponsoring this year's convention. So a round of applause for them, please. Their generosity is a testament of the support that the party is capable of receiving in the future when the party's vision is clear, shared, and positive. Although final numbers will not be known until a week or so after convention comes to a close, current projections suggest that the convention will be as close to a net zero as it has been in the past, if not a net positive after lifetime memberships and revenue from the gala auction are factored in, since this year's auction proceeds will be going to the party and not the candidate support committee. A comprehensive report will be provided to the membership and presented at the executive committee meeting at their first quarterly meeting, regardless of what happens here at convention, which is expected to take place in March of 2023. So I guess I'll just end by a couple things left on my report. So just things that other appointments that I've had as well, not necessarily as vice chair, but that I've held: affiliate support committee, budget committee, convention committee, ops committee, and strategic planning committee. I've helped a variety of other committees, including the CMC, so Communications and Media Committee, credentials, financial standards, membership. The most notable things, I've done some networking events, don't need to go into that, but I would like to, again, I was very fortunate to be able to advise Mr. Tom Nichols, who did a fantastic job on his campaign and really made us proud. I'd like to give him another round of applause. And while we didn't get the result that we wanted, I was fortunate enough to be able to run a campaign this year. It was my first time, so there's nothing like being thrown in trial by fire. So I learned a lot running Mr. Michael Lima's campaign. We didn't get the result that we wanted, but just to give you an idea of how difficult this was all the way around, there were mistakes that were made. It was a huge learning curve. I know that I never want to run a campaign in the future again. No, just kidding. I would like to help. Now, I did learn a lot, but we did a massive postmortem, the entire team. It was probably about 2 meetings, about 8 hours, where we went through what we did right, what we did wrong, what we could learn, and I have a full report on that I would like to submit, and hopefully we can help candidates in the future. And it's not just, well, Ms. Hewitt is right. We do need money for our candidates. candidate support is not just about financing. How often do we see the government throwing money at schools and all these other things just to not see them get better? We need to be able to provide support in other capacities, campaign manager training, campaign staff training. We need to be able to look past the money and actually look at what we can do to messaging, how we're gonna be able to get in front of a camera maybe, do some press. There are a lot of things that go into campaigns that aren't just, you can throw all the money you want at a campaign, but at the end of the day, you have to have a good candidate, you have to have a prepared candidate. And there are certain times where that doesn't happen. That was Mr. Lima's first campaign ever. He did a fantastic job. It was really a privilege to work with him. I always like to joke with him, and he is a good friend, but he did a fantastic job. I was really impressed by his professionalism, how he ran it. Just to give you an idea of how difficult, for those of you that don't know, Hayward is in the East Bay, so it's the Bay Area. Some might argue the belly of the beast, but LA isn't much better. But we lost to a literal communist. He had the communist star in his actual campaign logo, proudly. There's only so much you can do when that's the competition and it's the Bay Area and you're not hiding the fact that you are literally running as a communist. So, picking certain campaigns, would be, we just wanted to see how Hayward would venture. Unfortunately, they preferred communism over liberty, but that's kind of where we're at. But I would like to thank Mr. Lima for all of his hard work. And we didn't get the result that we wanted, but he did an excellent job. So if we could give him a round of applause. I believe that concludes my vice chair's report, but I would be happy to field questions if there are any with the remaining time.
I just want to say thank you for stepping up to the plate. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
You mentioned that the gala money wasn't going to the candidate support. Is there a reason why?
That was something that was decided by Ms. Christopher a few months ago. My experience on the candidate support committee and her experience on the candidate support committee has been fairly similar. So I haven't been on that committee, but I've gone to a lot of meetings.
Gia was on the candidate support committee?
I think a couple of years ago. I could be wrong, or
I don't think she was,
maybe she's just gone to meetings. But my experience on that committee has been that oftentimes financial support is the primary structure of the candidates, and it shouldn't be. I think that we're a very small organization, and we need to provide actual support. So that should be able to help our candidates get across the finish line. I was on a lot of those meetings where candidates were asked, or where candidates came and asked for money, and they didn't seem to have a game plan that they could bring forward to the committee. They hadn't raised X amount of money. There hadn't been any sort of accountability for how the campaign was gonna run, the structure, the plan, and that kind of stuff needs to be sorted out. We don't have the money to just fund entire campaign, especially from the beginning. We need to know that the candidate is going to take the run seriously. We need to know that the campaign is, or the election is winnable. Mr. Lima was the only one who didn't take money. He got some, there was a motion that was made against his wishes. He gave the money back, and then we gave whatever remainder of the campaign had left over to the candidate support committee as a donation. But we really need to make sure that candidates don't come to the candidate support committee only expecting money.
I think that's why we have the committee, actually, but they gave money to me. They gave $1,000 to start my campaign, actually. And in my small little town, actually, it does big,
So,
it's a big deal
I could
because
finish
what
answering
it
the
went
question.
to,
I
I
may
can't
may
talk to?
Oh, would you like me to finish?
Oh, I thought you were
that's fine.
finished.
No,
Go ahead.
no, I mean,
Go ahead.
it was a question. I just think it's really important that, yes, we can jumpstart campaigns with $500, $1,000. That's not a problem, and we have the money to do that in the campaign, in the candidate support committee. But to give excess of that when it's not clear that it's going to have a good ROI is something that kind of needs to stop unless there is an actual plan moving forward for that candidate. And I went through a lot of those, witnessing a lot of those interviews, and they weren't as scrutinized as they should be. Sometimes there are friends, sometimes there are people that we know, and it seems like we're afraid to ask questions, the really tough questions. And one of the things that I expressed when I took on the campaign managerial role for Michael Lima was one of the first things that I told him was, we're very good friends, but I'm not going to, you're not getting a pass here. Like, we need to make sure that if we ever go to the CSE, if we ever go to a PAC or request money or do something, we need to have our numbers in order, we need to have our plan. We are gonna ask them to help us push, we're gonna have them help us cross the finish line. not start or jumpstart this campaign. We have to do a lot of legwork, which we did at the beginning, and we're able to raise a good amount of money, which is why we were able to give some back, even though we didn't get the result that we wanted.
I just think that since we did have a candidate support committee, we should trust the people in there to do that. I mean, that's what I feel. We appoint those people to do that at their discretion to say, okay, certain people will give a little bit to help them out, but if they're not organized, we need to say, you need to come back to us. And we have done that in the past.
The meetings that I was on, I didn't see that
That's just my opinion. I
happen.
mean, I've been at several meetings. I know you were there a couple, but.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hewitt. Ms. Seiler, question?
I
LNC rep?
I wanted to add some information to what you were saying. You learned a lot about how to run a campaign and all of that, and there's concern about being able to train people. And I just wanted to mention that the LNC has recently negotiated with the Leadership Institute to provide shared cost training for candidates for all of the affiliates. So the LNC is going to pay half of the cost to have them come and train if you want to do a training. And I believe that the rate they negotiated is extremely favorable, and we should be able to easily fundraise for that and do those types of training. So I just wanted to mention that it should help out.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Seiler. In addition to that, there is the Take Human Action Tour that's coming strictly, that's being funded by the National Mises Caucus and going to, happening in Oakland, which is going to be centered around candidate training and support, not just the financing. So it sounded like the Emmys or Grammys music, so I think that's my cue to leave, unless there are other questions. Oh, Mr. Butts. Okay, I was getting the cane off the stage.
I just want to say I hope that the future of the Candidate Support Committee isn't just the checkbook anymore. Like, I want it to actually be a committee that builds infrastructure, existing infrastructure for our candidates to come and use. And then also onto the Take Human Action Bash, Kelly Cardin is going to be the trainer there. So our own will be the trainer there at the Take Human Action Bash in Oakland.
Fantastic, thank you, Mr. Butts. Any other questions for the Vice Chair before the Emmy stage music plays again? Mr. Starr, please.
I just want to say that I think you're right, that often we think that the money is the issue, but it really isn't. I think there's a problem with messaging. I think there's a problem with just organizing. And I hope that the Candidate Support Committee, to the extent that you're involved with it in the future, will focus more on candidate training. I think they can use the money to buy support from consultants who can actually provide training for, or I guess direction for our candidates so they can do a better job. So money's not the issue. I think really it is about message and organization.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Yeah, I agree. And I really would like to see that change in that direction and provide that kind of support all the way around. So, any other questions? Going once, going twice? Mimosa time it is. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Maligan. So that will take us to the next report, which is going to be Mr. Edgar, our secretary.
So this is going to be fairly dry compared to the last two speeches. That's kind of the nature of my job. I keep track of a lot of dry information and data, and I'm going to try not to get too much into the specifics and keep this as brief as possible. But I'll just go over what I do as the secretary, what I've been doing over the past year. So the first aspect of it is, as you've seen on the screens over here, is maintaining the minutes for all of the various meetings that we have, drafting the minutes and maintaining the minutes. Also updating our membership records and keeping track of how many members we have in the party, which involves the use of multiple CRM or customer relationship management systems such as L2, the voter registration database, and Neon, our internal party database. Again, I can see people's eyes already glazing over, so I'm going to move on beyond that particular topic. It's also keeping track of the county bylaws and the party bylaws and making sure that those are posted in a timely manner, and whenever I get an amendment from a county to their existing bylaws, making sure that I update the website in a timely manner to reflect that. Also maintaining the operating procedures manual, the manual that provides the procedures for the executive committee, which the secretary and the other officers that we see here are part of. I think the rest of what I had to say here is probably better conveyed by way of just sending out, which I will do after the convention. All of these reports that are given, to the extent that they've been given in a written form, are going to be contained in my report. Yeah, if you want to see the details of the email motions that have been passed, or membership numbers, or the whether the database is being kept up to date and so forth, which it is, and the status of the county and the state party bylaws, then you can refer to that written report. I think unless anyone else has any questions for me right now, I think I'll just conclude there. Yes, ma'am.
It's not a question. I just want to say thank you for always responding very quickly. And so I know it hasn't fallen through the cracks.
Thank you. And that's one other thing I should note. Yes. Also, that was one thing I didn't realize when I took the job, but helping people out with their technical support questions and so on, and their questions about NEON and their party, the procedure for adding people to their party and so forth. That's also something that I do, and that I've been privileged to be able to do for many of you.
Thank you so much.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I wanted to ask a question. Sandra Callender, Contra Costa County. So I have a question. Since you answer those kind of questions, I actually have a question. What happens when a member dies?
We do record that in NEON, yes.
How does that get processed? Who do you take the report from?
I usually get those from the county central committees.
Okay, so if they tell you somebody died, you would just take them off the list?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And I know they can be removed if they stop paying dues. There's all kinds of things there. And I understand, because I have to thank you, because it was a week ago that I emailed you to ask for a copy of the meeting announcement for election for Contra Costa County that it turns out took place in January, because I hadn't been notified of it. And I wasn't the only one. I checked with everyone I knew, and they hadn't gotten notified. And so we missed the meeting because we weren't on the list, apparently. But you got back to me immediately. You gave me the annual meeting notice, and that was very helpful. It was addressed to a group, so I don't know who got it. But I wanted to thank you for that. You also told me that even though the bylaws say the list is provided to the county secretary monthly, the county secretaries apparently have access to the list anytime they want. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
All right.
By the way, if anyone doesn't understand how to access their county's NEON membership information, just reach out to me, and I'll give you an access code and a document that guides you through that process.
Okay, and it'll be correct. As long as people feed you the data, it'll get updated, and they'll always have access to the most up-to-date membership list.
Yes, I mean, not up to the minute, because it can take me a little while to get through all of the records that I receive, but as soon as I finish doing it, which is usually within 24 hours or so after.
And I've also heard sometimes they take money and sign up a new member, and then they don't tell you right away.
The counties.
Yes, that sometimes there is a delay in getting information from the county, so I can process it as quickly as I get it.
Okay, but it all kind of goes through you or through NEON. It has a process.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Sure. Anyone else? Okay, well, it's been a privilege to serve as your secretary this year. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is just, Chris has been an excellent secretary. He has gotten things done very, very quickly. He's definitely been on top of it, and he's done a really good job. So give him another round of applause. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the treasurer's report. He is not here, however, he has submitted a report, and I'm going to put him on Zoom. James, could you help me set that up? And actually, would anybody mind if we took like a 10-minute recess to get that set up? Because I also could stand to go do something. And so just because I didn't say this, so we'll be in recess until about 10:35 Libertarian time.
I'll get you a stand for that.
Huh? I don't know.
It looks like it. Let's try it. It's on the screen.
Okay, oh shoot, let me close things. See my AutoCAD? Oh, that's what I wanted. Was the last. Actually. Yes. Oh, what are they? Okay, I'm gonna go outside for a real quick second, and then I'll be back. I'm gonna call Paul, make sure he's ready.
I'll come back up whenever you're ready.
If you, okay.
I just need to have Zoom open, so we'll just wait till you're ready.
Well, let me just get on.
Yeah. No one's going to use this stand. once he starts talking, I can check the audio.
Okay, I'll tell him to say something.
You get over there first.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking at the bylaws right now. It just says, yeah, you just have to.
Go to. Hello, if you're, do that again probably, and then how do I make this, how do I make just one, does somebody know how to make just one person be the person that we see and not both? Oh, here we go. Say something again. I don't. James, is the audio working? He's talking and I don't hear anything.
Where's the audio on your computer? Is it up?
That's not it. What am I'm trying to find.
I see it. I hear Zoom. That was a Zoom sound, but I don't hear him. Is he muted?
No, I don't think so. Are you muted by chance? Go to the participant. Yeah, it does. Hold on.
I checked the audio settings. It looks like it says it's right. He's still talking?
Yeah, he's still talking.
I don't know. Can we just do the mic and the phone like last time? That's what we did last time.
Yeah, that's what we'll have to do.
Sorry about that. Let's just use the mic. Let me get over there.
Okay, you're gonna just be on the phone on mic because for some reason it's not working. Yeah. The video's coming through, just not your voice. So say test 1, 2 now.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. Can you hear me?
I think so. Can you guys hear the test 1, 2, 3, 4?
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
You guys, can you hear Paul? Yes, they can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, so there's technical difficulty. My computer doesn't seem to want to do the sound, so that's what took longer. Okay, so we're now back in order at 10:41, and we're going to the treasurer's report.
Okay. Hello, folks. This is your state treasurer. For those of you who may not know, I was elected to this position at our convention in 2021. Nobody else volunteered to step up to run against me, and so I won the position by default. Our convention back then was, I believe, was in May of that year. In June, on July 8th of that year, I developed a condition where I had an infection in my spinal cord that left me paraplegic. I've been in hospitals and skilled nursing facilities and board and cares since then and have not been to my home other than brief visits. Also got my leg amputated the night before our last convention. So I've been dealing with a difficult situation, to say the least, but I still managed to, with the help of our chair and our accountant, have been able to conduct the business of the Treasurer's Office, reports to the various government agencies, the FPPC, the FEC, and the IRS have all been done on time. I was planning on presenting my treasurer's report with a little more detail. Unfortunately, I had a computer glitch where I lost basically everything from my report. So I'm going to go back to the December report that I was planning on presenting to the executive committee meeting in December. However, there was a motion made to eliminate my report from the agenda, and so I'm going to provide that information that I have available, which I think is important to share with the members. What else was I going to say? So anyway, without further ado, I'm going to go to our QuickBooks, which will give you the numbers that we have right now. We're showing a profit and loss from last year of minus $39,598. Expenses at $16,185.05 in the last 30 days. If you look over here on the right, our Wells Fargo LPC 3121 account, which is where we get our money for operating funds. The bank balance shows $64,518.10. However, QuickBooks, which moves a lot faster than the bank balance, is showing $48,337.09. Our Candidate Support Committee account bank balance is showing at $17,414.20. In QuickBooks, it's showing as $12,371.84. And our PayPal account bank balance is showing $41.96. In QuickBooks, it's showing as $1934.98. The difference there is because we just recently moved some money from PayPal to the bank, and our accountant has not changed that in QuickBooks to reflect that. The FEC account, as you can see, the bank balance in QuickBooks are the same because we haven't put any money in or taken any money out from that account. So that's what's going on currently. As far as in December, as I said, this report was not presented to the executive committee. But just to give you an idea, here's the, can you all see the graphs I'm showing right now?
Yes.
Okay, these are the end of the month bank balances for the 3121 account, which is where we get our operating expenses. And you can see that the trend line, the green line, is showing that we've had a regular increase in funds in that account up until roughly January of 22. And then if we segregate out the balances since that time, the trend line shows a significant drop in our trend. There has been a rise recently in November, December, showing that some of the efforts that were made to try and resolve that problem of severe income loss were addressed to some degree by things like changing this convention's CSC gala into a operating expense replenishment project. Went through, and there was no embezzlement found by me or anybody else that would explain the drop in our bank balance. The expenses If we look over time from January 2018 to January 23, there was a fairly steady, slight increase in expenses, which you would expect with a growing political party. The dotted green line shows the actual two-month moving average, so that more accurately reflects the ups and downs that basically are indicative of the expenses involved in our conventions. The ups being obviously the conventions. We've had, like, as was mentioned earlier, typically we show a slight profit from our conventions. Right now, from the numbers that I've seen, we are expecting a significant loss from this convention unless something dramatically changes. Here's budgeted expenses for 2022. As you can see, the convention is the vast majority of our expenses for the year, and then accountant fees that were budgeted are a good chunk, and then county dues sharing is the next largest chunk. Everything else is just minor in comparison. Here's the actual expenses for 2022. If you notice, the convention budgeted was $40,000. The actual cost so far for 2022 is $51,424. So significant overage in the spending versus what was budgeted. This chart right here shows the numbers that were in the pie graphs, but obviously they were too clumped together to actually see what's going on. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time there, but the numbers in red reflect spending that was over what was budgeted. And if we look at the total expenses for January to November, I hadn't plugged in the December numbers before everything crashed. We're showing significant actual expenditures versus what was budgeted. And again, the last few months we've had a fair amount of drop in expenses for November and December. But the vast majority of expenditures have been much more than budgeted. The February expenses here is because we had planned on holding our convention in 2022 in April, which is why we show an actual of $479.76 versus the budgeted $42,564. So we had planned for the convention to be in April. We ended up doing it in February, so that's why you see that 1289 and 34% over budget for February. Let's see. So here's the issue that is coming into play. Budgeted income, as you can see here on this pie chart, total event revenues were expected to be $46,377.42. Total membership dues income were expected to be $41,800. The actuals were significantly less membership dues and significantly more convention. So if you look at the let's see, there we go. Total membership budget was $41,800, and we only collected $31,625 as of the numbers I got off for this report in December. And here's the chart showing how it worked. Again, donations were budgeted at $16,500. Actual is $73.77 and 80 cents. Dues sharing was basically a wash. Membership dues was budgeted at $41,800. We only collected $31,625 as of November of last year. And then the convention and the state fair was budgeted at $46,377.42. The actual was about $4,500 less. So here we've got a graph showing, again, these numbers were from January to November. Our one-time gifts were significantly less after our convention in February 2022. And they just started to increase somewhat as of the last couple of months, which doesn't show on this graph. Recurring gifts have been sort of up and down. It's pretty, if you look at the linear situation on the graph, it's basically a level line, so not much change there. Unrestricted, meaning special gifts that were not assigned to particular things like the convention or the state fair, took a dive after our convention of last year and continued to drop. Membership renewals took a dive after the convention and then started to rise as we approached this convention, as you can see from the November actual number and the dotted line showing the moving average for 2 months. Income for new memberships, again, took a dive after February of last year and had just recently started to climb back up. The linear trend line is showing pretty much a wash there. Premium membership income has fallen a fair amount up until after my September report. And the September fundraiser in Santanella, which unlike projections from some folks here, was expected to be a losing fundraiser, actually managed to get a number of lifetime memberships during that Santanella fundraiser and shortly thereafter. So that's why we see the spike here in September. And then we had, after my September report, there was some effort from the executive committee members to try and collect more membership money. So we see that they actually met projections in November of last year. So total membership income for 2022, again, took a dive after the convention last year. And again, September actuals over budgeted was because of the Santanella fundraiser that we did, where we brought in those number of lifetime memberships. And again, in November, we had a similar jump because of that. We look at the trend line for 2018 to 2022. You can see that there's been a gradual increase in membership income overall. But again, if we segregate out the numbers from post February 22 convention, we see a stark difference in the trend lines. It's going up before that convention and then going down afterward. And then this table here, that you can see all these numbers in red were significant below projection numbers. I should mention that we had projected, based on previous years, that this year would be continue to be a year where we were increasing in membership and donorship. However, the total income for this year has not been what we expected. And again, if we segregate out the post February 22 convention numbers, we see that there's a stark difference between pre-22 convention and post. Let's see, going through here. And again, this graph here is from Joe Dean, showing our membership, which is a large part of our income. And we can see the falling lines here after the February of 22 convention. And so I took the membership numbers that our secretary has provided. And as you can see from this graph here, we have the LPCA convention in April 2019 here. We've got the LPCA convention of February 2020 right here. We'll get the LNC convention May 2020 right here, and we'll get the LNC convention part 2 in July of 2020. As you can see, the numbers are showing a gradual increase in membership. And then if we look at the numbers from December of 2020 to November of last year, we can see that there was a significant drop in Central Committee members after our state convention of 2021, and again after our state convention of February of last year. The Central Committee numbers see a steep decline, but that is because of a correction that was made to how we calculated the Central Committee member numbers. So that's not as significant as the total membership numbers you can see from this red line here, which matches the slope of the Central Committee members, and also, as you can see, the linear trend line, and all three of those graphs numbers are depicting a significant and steady loss of membership. And I should note that the December numbers continued that angle of that line. Let's see what else we got. Dues sharing went out this year, January of this year. That's basically all I got here, folks. We've got a serious problem with an ongoing loss of membership, which is hurting our income. Our expenses are doing okay. But the membership and donorship numbers have fallen significantly. So that's pretty much all I got.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to questions. I do want to mention to you guys, I don't know if you can tell, Mr. Flanagan is back in the hospital. He had actually wanted to come to this convention if at all possible, but he is now in the hospital again. Oh. He's back in the hospital, as you can tell from that. He had hoped to be able to be at this convention in person, but he got hospitalized again. So that's...
Actually, I'm in an acute rehab program, which I'm very thankful for, that I'm hoping to get back into my home as of early March.
And that's what I was going to say next. So, yes. Where he's at now is at the VA hospital, and they are actually doing acute rehab. They're helping him to be able to be self-sufficient again. But that's where he's at. And he's been there for, what, a month now?
Yeah, over a month.
Over a month.
I got admitted January 4th.
On January 4th. And they're going to teach him how to drive with hand controls, and they're going to get him back in his house. So it's been a long road. It'll be like 2 years, and he'll still be in a wheelchair, but he will be back home. So thank you.
I also wanted to point out that I have not been physically present at our executive committee meetings. However, I have attended electronically, and I think our situation with COVID clearly points out that physically attending a meeting is not necessary to actually have a successful meeting and successful input for a meeting. We conducted many executive committee meetings online since COVID started. So that doesn't seem to be a reason to not include folks that can't make it for whatever reason.
Okay, so I'm doing the microphone up and down now. Is there any questions for the treasurer's report? Mr. Regier, right?
Jason Regier from Orange County. Paul, I just wanted to say first, just thank you for the time you put in from 2021 to now. I know that that's a lot of time and a challenging time for you. So thank you for that. I did want to ask, with regard to you said that you were projecting a deficit for this convention. what is your projected income and expenses for this convention?
Did you hear that, Paul?
No.
He was asking about the anticipated expenses and for this convention, and I can actually kind of answer that with the data we have right now. We're at it hasn't all been updated, and like he said, he lost his thing, but we're at about a deficit of $10,000 right now.
Net of everything, all the anticipated donations and auction items?
No, that's before any of that.
Okay.
I mean, that's before that. So that's where we're standing at this moment. That's where we're standing at this moment, but, it's a deficit of about $10,000.
Thank you.
Questions? Any more for the treasurer? Yes, Mr. Castaneda.
Jose Castaneda from Los Angeles, and also candidate for the 28th U.S. House of Representatives. And my question is, what's your thoughts as to why membership is dropping?
Paul, were you able to hear, Paul, were you able to hear that?
No.
The question was, Jose, what was Mr. Castaneda?
What are your thoughts as to why membership is dropping since you brought it up?
Okay, the question is, why do you think that membership is dropping because you brought it up?
Well, I have some thoughts about that. I'm sure others would refute my thoughts. Basically, we've seen a change in leadership, and folks just are not willing to continue to provide money to the party after that change in leadership.
Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Jay Jones. I'm with the South Bay Libertarians and also out of Liplac, too, Libertarian Party of Los Angeles County. I just wanted to, actually my comment is that I thought that was a very good report you gave from the standpoint of the charts and everything. I think it showed a lot of thought and everything went in, and getting together the information and the whole sort of thing, and then presenting it in a very graphical way that people could look at and that sort of thing. And that's all I really wanted to say. I thought it was a very good report.
Thank you. And in case you didn't hear that, it was Jay Jones saying that you did a very good report with the graphs. So thank you. I'm having to. Thank you. Okay. Yes, sir.
Hi, John Dew, Chair of Los Angeles County. Thank you for all your time and everything, Paul. My one question is, where and when is there a budgetary breakdown for the convention that we're at this weekend? When will that be available of the actual expenses?
Typically, those numbers can't be finalized for at least several weeks after the convention. We get bills coming in and payments going out, so we should see a report from the convention committee at the first regularly scheduled executive committee sometime in March.
And we can also update at least the numbers we have tomorrow,
I'd just like to see the actual breakdown, like what is spent on what. Whether it's a projection is fine. I'm just curious.
I can show that tomorrow.
Okay, great.
Yes.
As I mentioned during the vice chair's report, there is a full breakdown, so neither the treasurer or the chair know, because the convention committee has been planning this. The numbers are not projected, or the numbers that have been said are not accurate. There is a breakdown that the convention committee has, which again, to answer Mr. Dew's question, will be submitted in full, itemized, so that everyone sees what convention costs and how this goes at the first quarterly executive committee meeting that is expected to take place in March. So just so everyone is aware, neither the treasurer nor the chair have seen the full breakdown, the numbers that have been out, because again, these are projections, and it's not helpful to have projections on an hourly basis or a daily basis. This is, once everything is said and done, after about a week or so, once everything comes due, the bill comes due, no pun intended, Mr. Dew, then everything will go ahead and be finalized and shown complete and total breakdown, but it is very premature but we're not looking at a $10,000 deficit. I can definitely say that.
Thank you.
And just, you know, the numbers that have been given are based on what's been paid and what's been brought in. It's, and like you said, there's going to be changes to that. But what has been expended through our accounts. Bills have been paid, and we haven't gotten charged from the hotel yet.
I understand. So that's still not an accurate projection. Just to be clear, that hasn't been done yet. So again, I can only repeat myself so many times, but.
Can I just ask a question?
No, I totally get that. I'm not saying that it's projection. What's been given has been actual numbers. It's not a projection. But it will change because of that. That's what I was saying. Ms. Hewitt.
Chair and Vice Chair, I think it benefits all of us because I think we need to know where we can, you know, maybe help out. I think that's why the body wants to know what's going on, because if somebody wants to buy an extra ticket and put more money into it or donate, I think it would benefit all of us to kind of know where we're standing.
Okay, so. Does somebody?
Yes, that, I'm sorry.
Renita Sussman, Ventura County. I had a question about the comment about change in leadership bringing membership down. Can we get some more specifics on what that means?
Did you hear the question?
No.
She said that you made a suggestion that it was change of leadership, and she wants to know specifics of what you're talking about, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's my opinion based on, well, something happened at our last convention where a number of people were voted out and a number of people were voted in to the executive committee, and subsequently there have been people who have resigned from their positions on the executive committee and were replaced via some very in my opinion, unethical nominating processes where one candidate was nominated during an email ballot, and there was no opportunity for anybody else to even be nominated for the position. So, yeah.
And you know that this affects membership. You have direct knowledge of that?
She asked if you have direct knowledge of that, and other people in the room said you said it was your opinion, so I'll let you answer that. And I have to interpret, sorry.
That's fine.
Did you hear? Okay.
Is it?
Did you want?
That is my opinion.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Scott Lieberman, Santa Clara. I have a question for Mr. Vallandigham. For the past few conventions where you've been the treasurer, has it been the practice that the treasurer and the chair of the party have not been apprised of the day-to-day or week-to-week financials of the convention by the convention committee? Because that sounds like rather unusual for this convention.
Did you hear that question?
Yeah. Well, there's things that come through the books that are they're black and white. There's been some projections, some anticipated revenue coming in from the gala, which is not a fact. It's basically hoping that we're going to get some donations, presumably based on conversations that some members of the convention committee have had with potential donors. But we won't know that until after the gala's over.
Yeah, but I was particularly referring to the period before the convention over the last few months. That was implied. I'm just curious about that.
He's basically asking if prior conventions, the chair and the treasurer have been more aware of what's going on as far as finances for the convention itself.
Well, I've been in the hospital a lot, so I actually it's been tough to stay in the loop between internet connections and whatnot. I have been supported very heavily by our chair, and I'm very thankful for that. But previous conventions, I do know that we had Vice Chair Brent Olson and Vice Chair Nix, who have been very supportive of convention planning and whatnot, and had a very open process for convention planning. and we were able to sell out all of our convention packages at least several weeks before the convention even started. Whereas I believe, if I recall the numbers correctly, we haven't even sold half of the packages available for this convention. So that that significantly contributes to the numbers where we're at right now.
And I would say it wasn't several weeks that we sold out. It was like a week or two. It's just, I will make that point of clarification. Several weeks before, but we did sell out.
Just one or two. Okay.
Okay. And I will say that in the past, I can answer part of the question. The chair was far more aware.
Starchild, Chair of San Francisco County. Paul, do you have any thoughts on where expenses could be cut to balance our budget? And I wanted to ask about one possible line item in particular, maybe too late at this point, or if this is even true, I don't know. I heard that we're spending several $1,000s to have some kind of a mimosa event here at the convention. And I don't know if this is true or if I heard accurate details about it, but on the face of it, that to me does not sound like a good use of our money, especially considering that whatever may happen in the future with revenues coming in right now, we have a deficit.
Okay, once again, I did not hear the question.
Well, Starchild is asking about the mimosa station, and I think, is that something we can get? I don't think we can because it's there. And as a matter of fact, I had one. So.
Any other ideas on how we can get the books in order? I would also be interested, although you may not have this information as treasurer, how this decision was made to spend a bunch of our money on mimosas, but
That was not the treasurer, that was the convention committee.
And I do drink, by the way. I'm not opposed to drinking by any means, but in terms of budgetary priorities, I have to question that.
I will say that after this report is concluded, we will go to the budget committee report, which will show our budget that was approved at the last executive committee meeting in December. So that wasn't part of this because that's a separate committee report. Yes.
Mark Hinkle, membership chair for the Libertarian Party of California. To answer a prior question, I've been making phone calls to get people to renew their membership. The most common response that I get for people who refuse to renew is because they object to the takeover by the Mises Caucus. Literally well over 100 people have said that's the reason they're not renewing is because of the takeover by the Mises Caucus. You want the facts? There it is.
That wasn't a question for you, Paul.
So, first of all, we're all volunteers here, and I'd like to say thank you under your circumstances. I mean, nobody would have blamed you if you had said that you have to resign because of health reasons, and yet you stuck with it. You honored the commitment, the duty you have, and you fulfilled it. And I'm very appreciative of you going forward under such circumstances. For the future, whoever should occupy the treasurer's position, I would like to suggest that what would be really helpful is when you can see annual comparisons as being a focus of a report, so especially in a 4-year cycle, because it's really hard to look at a few months in the middle of a year and say, oh, the trend is up or the trend is down, when that often happens every single year. So I think that it would be more helpful. And lastly, I think we need to be a little more. Whenever you have changes in leadership or new people get involved, people are excited. They have new ways they want to do things. And sometimes they figure out along the way that, hey, maybe it didn't work as well as I thought it would, and they change course. So I'm not alarmed that some finances may have taken a dip I think it's all part of the learning process, and I think everybody here is acting in good faith and wants to get things done, and I appreciate everybody for doing that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't think it was a question, but he talked about having a year-to-year comparison as opposed to, and I believe that those went back to 2018, some of those graphs, but anyway, so it was about, it would be more helpful if it showed like a year over year as opposed to a snapshot in the future. But, so whoever's elected treasurer tomorrow, keep that in mind. Okay, okay, there's another question?
TJ Ferrer, Los Angeles County, for the treasurer. Besides funding candidates, what else does the candidate support committee pay for? What's the budget go for there, since we're not funding it for the next year?
I'm gonna, it was a question specifically about the candidate support committee. That actually has a separate treasurer, the committee does. But, and Paul can answer this too, but some of the stuff that it pays for, because it's the unrestricted account, it pays for our website, it pays for all of the expenses for the beacon, it pays for all of the expenses for SendGrid, the things where we send out any information that supports candidates. And that used to be paid out of the restricted account, but we moved that because of the fact that the restricted account cannot go toward candidates, period. So those were all moved over to the CSC budget. So that's the other stuff that the CSC pays for.
And I would say that that's thanks to Mimi and Steve Howe for getting that done. Another round of applause.
This stage is very wobbly when you're standing.
I'm having a hard time understanding how the convention committee can decide not to fund another committee that all of our communications rely on. How does that work?
I don't, well, is that a question for Paul? Okay, so the question is, what's the question?
How can the convention committee decide not to fund the other committee that we have that actually pays for all of our communications?
The question is, how can the convention committee decide not to pay for another committee's stuff that pays for all of our communications? And that's the question.
Does the convention committee have that authority?
Are we talking about the live stream issue?
No, we're talking about.
Yeah, so. I mean, I don't even know where to begin this question, I guess. We have a way to fund our communications. That way is the gala that we throw every year at this convention. The convention committee decided that the money from that gala would go to pay for the deficit of the convention instead of going towards the other committee. So now we have a committee that's encumbered with a bunch of expenses that are the expenses that we use to pay for all of our communications and no way to fund those. How is that possible that that even happened?
So what he's saying, well, I believe the question is, how is it possible that, it's not the convention's communications, it's all of our communications, such as what I said, the beacon, the website, SendGrid, that's all paid for out of the CSC because of the unrestricted account. And the convention committee has determined that the money will not be going to the candidate support committee. So his question is, how is that possible?
That's a very good question. You should ask the people who have made the announcement that that was going to happen. I don't know how they did that.
I'm just a bit confused. Are we on the treasurer's report, or it seems like a lot of questions are coming to the chair or to the convention committee? So I can't answer the question. I mean, it's again not to cover the deficit that's expected to be covered regardless of what happens at the auction. It's, as I mentioned earlier, the candidate support committee does have funds to cover communications. I was on that budget call. and they can do all of that stuff. It's just not a matter of having an excess amount of money to throw at candidates. Candidate support, again, means supporting candidates, providing them L2 data, training, some sort of advice, getting them a team. This isn't just about money. We can't continue. I mean, we can look at the books as far as the CSC is concerned and see how much money was spent toward candidates, and we had one person win and close to $20,000 spent. So money is not the problem here. We need other solutions to this problem. But again, this decision was made months ago by the convention committee. It had nothing to do with the perceived deficit at the time. I can only explain myself or give the same answer. Ms. Christopher isn't here at the moment to answer that, but I can only do that so many times. I mean, again, this is the treasurer's report.
I have a question.
I think this is out of, I think this is like, I mean, I'm gonna call orders of the day.
Okay, I'll ask her.
I'm gonna just call orders of the day. This is the treasurer's report. The chair has answered a majority of the treasurer's questions directed at the.
Translated.
Okay, however the chair wishes to interpret that is fine, but I'm gonna call orders of the day.
Orders of the day are that we're at the questions for the treasurers.
We are on the treasurer.
Yeah, I think they just want to know exactly who made these decisions to not have the gala give the money to candidate to support. Who voted on this? Where's the information?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Because in our flyers, it says people that come to the gala, let me talk at least. You want me to let you talk? Let me talk. Don't interrupt.
Would you like an answer to your question, Ms. Hewitt?
No, I don't want to hear from you right now. I want to finish my question. I think we want to know what body actually, how many people decided this? Was it just one person? Did you guys vote on it? Because nobody gave us any information. Nobody told the candidate support, oh, you're not going to get the money from the gala anymore. Sorry.
So there's a very simple solution to this. There's a very simple solution to this. For those of you that don't already know, the gala traditionally has been, obviously, the money has gone to the candidate support committee. We are opening the doors after dinner to allow anyone to come in and bid on the auction items. It is not to the exclusive people that bought tickets to the gala. So anyone is welcome to. We don't want to disenfranchise people that chose not to do dinner, that chose to do something else, enjoy downtown Sacramento. It's absolutely fine. We want everyone to come and join. We can have 2 separate in-kind donation sheets, and this is a very simple solution. If you want your funds, if you purchase an auction item and you wish to have your funds go to the candidate support committee, great. If you want it to go to the party, also great. You can choose. I mean, you can choose what you do with your money. So that's fine. This isn't an issue of, it doesn't have to go to one specific place. This is a really simple solution that we've now made into yet another contentious issue. But I would be curious to hear about what Mr. Starr has to say.
Will you first have Mr. Minnelli at that microphone and then Mr. Starr? And I'm going to have to do something really quickly. Mr. Vice Chair, I need you to take the gavel for a moment. I have something very important I need to do quickly. I will be right back.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And you'll need to translate now.
Mr. Minnelli, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify one thing. I think it was stated that the convention committee made this decision months ago. I was a member of the convention committee up until January, and I don't recall that ever being discussed about the change of the gala from the candidate support committee to the funds going anywhere else.
Okay, you may have not been on that meeting. Mr. Starr?
I think since we're deviating away from the treasurer's report, I'd like to make a motion that we thank the treasurer for his service and we move on to the next report. That's my motion.
Mr. Starr
Point of
has made a
personal
motion.
privilege.
I'm sorry?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, Ms.
Elizabeth
Brierly.
Brierly, Santa Clara. Your battery is running low, is appearing on the screen here. I don't know if that's a computer here or if that's Paul's computer, but I think it should be addressed so that we can
It
complete
appears that
this.
it's the chair's computer. Is it not plugged in? Oh.
She's not plugged into it. That's not the
Well, given Mr. Starr's motion to thank the treasurer and move on, is there a second? Okay, so it looks like we do have more than enough people that would require a second. Is there any objection to the motion passing? Okay, an objection by Mr. Hinkle. So the chair has returned. I will inform the chair of the motion on the floor. The motion was made by Mr. Starr to thank Mr. Vlandaham for his service and move on from the treasurer's report. There was a second, and also your computer's about to die. And Mr. Hinkle objected to that motion.
Was that a standing second?
It's by hand raise.
Okay, okay. So, where to vote? Am I correct?
Apparently we have to.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, the motion carried. So thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Vlandaham. You're getting applause. Thank you very much. We are concluding that. Unfortunately, though, I need to get the plug for my computer because the next item on the agenda is the Budget Committee report. So is Obbins in here somewhere?
Do you want to recess for 5 minutes?
Yes. Can we recess for 5 minutes? I'm talking to the phone. Can we recess for 5 minutes to get the power adapter for my computer? Does anybody object? Okay, we're in recess until 11:35. Okay, so I'll call you back. Paul, I'll call you back after we get that, okay? All right, thank you. Bye. Okay, bye. No, well, she went to the room to get, I was going to ask you, my computer is dying and we're in the middle of things still. It's because I left my, I gave her my Okay, everybody, we're coming back to order. We've got the power cord situation straightened out, and we will go to orders of the day. The next item of business is the Budget Committee report. The chair of that committee is also Mr. Flandaham. So here you go.
Okay, once again, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so on the screen, wrong report. Let me get this here. By the way, I would like to back up just very briefly to say I forgot to thank all of our donors who have donated money over the past year. It's sincerely appreciated and goes to trying to ameliorate some of our problems with loss of income. So thank you. How about a big round of applause for our donors? Okay, so on the screen is the Budget Committee report for the budget for fiscal year 2023. The committee met 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. I'm not going to go over all the details here on the report, but the bottom line here is that a proposed budget for this year was presented to the committee and discussed with committee members with input provided by Chair Robeson. Significant changes were made from the 2022 budget in both income and expense line items to meet a significant and ongoing drop in membership income following the 2022 convention. This budget was created making conservative assumptions about income along with tight controls on expenditures with the hopes that income will increase and the executive committee can make adjustments for increased expenditures as income increases during the year. Mr. Malagon was a member of the committee. He made a motion to accept the budget as proposed. The committee vote was 4-0 to 0 to 1. I did not vote. We had another meeting to try and get the specifics of the budget lined out. And again, Mr. Malagon made the motion. It was a 3-0-0-1. And again, I did not vote on that one. Member Rieger presented the detailed budget. And again, the motion was made by Mr. Rieger with a second from Member Strachan. I hope I got that name right. I know people butcher mine on a regular basis. And that motion passed 3-0 to 0 to 1, with, again, me not voting. So that is the report from the Budget Committee. And here is the budget. Let's see here.
Can you blow that up somewhat because people are laughing because it's very small.
Okay. And
just scroll over to the annual. It's pretty much, that's the bottom line. So scroll over and then maybe zoom in a wee bit.
Okay.
And you may need to enable editing to do that. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, so accounting fees, we're looking at $63.70. Legal fees, we're looking at nothing. Actually, we can just do the approved budget here on the left side, makes it easier to see. So let's see. Here we go. Let's back to income. So one-time gifts projected at $3,900. Recurring gifts, we're hoping to get $5,000. Total gifts, looking at $8,900. Let's see. Membership dues, we're hoping for $10,500. New members, we're hoping for $4,800. Premium membership income, we're hoping to get $15,100 for a total of $30,400 membership. Convention, we're hoping for $48,000. State fair, we had when we discussed the budget, we budgeted in $25 to submit our application to the state fair to hold our place in line, but there was no allocation to actually expend any money to do the state fair. There was some discussion about whether it was a good reason to spend their money. So total for events cost is we're hoping for $48,000. Total income we're hoping for $88,305. Expenses we're looking at $15,200. Accounting fees $63.70. Again, legal fees $0. Hopefully we don't have to pay an attorney. Office supplies $400. Telephone and telecommunications $1,100. Domain and website $310. Postage, shipping, and freight $160. Nothing for bulk mail. Nothing for bulk email. Regular email service looking at $1,010. Printing and copying looking at $1,410. The area coordinators are getting $500 apiece on this budget. Office rent, which is basically our office that we share with a number of folks up in Sacramento, so we have a place to mail. People can mail their bills and their letters and whatever else too. Is $21.60. Chair discretionary fund is $500. Membership committee got $0. Executive director got $0 since we currently don't have one. Event facilities was budgeted at $25. Travel, meals, and meeting expenses, which is has traditionally been for executive committee meetings, is budgeted for $1,400. Again, the convention is budgeted at $48,000. Insurance was $650 this last year, so we don't anticipate that going up a significant amount for 2023. Outside computer services, which is a number of things that we pay for things such as the Neon and database and other various things that we have to get services for. Credit card processing is looking at $29.30, and our annual $50 fee to the state so we can actually be a registered political committee. So total expenses for the year is projected at $87,305.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions for the Budget Committee report? We've got Mr. Hinkle.
Yeah, Mark Hinkle, Santa Clara County. The liability insurance that's up there, does that cover county organizations, liability insurance for county fairs, et cetera? Thank you. I know the answer.
The insurance costs?
No, he's asking, does it cover county events? Can we get certificate of insurance for county events? That's the question.
Yes, if you will send your request to whoever is the treasurer this coming year, they can, with the proper details provided, we can send a note to our insurance carrier, and a certificate of insurance there should be no issue with getting that done for you.
I just wanted people to know if you're doing an event at a county fair, typically the county fair will require $1 million worth of liability insurance. This covers it, so you don't have to spend that money. The LPC basically is covering you liability-wise, which obviously is a great deal for you guys. It doesn't cost you anything, and you get $1 million for the liability insurance. Not bad.
And true story, our storage unit got broken into, and our AFB equipment was stolen. They paid us for that really quickly. It's great to have insurance. I don't know who was.
I'll defer to Mr. Starr first.
So this is just a request for whoever next occupies this position. It'd be helpful. It's very hard to look at these numbers because there's no context historically. So it would be helpful in the future if you had 1, 2, 3, at most 4 years of actual data, actual result activity, and then the budget figures right next to it. So then people can kind of take a look at this and say, hey, does this jive with what we've done in the past? Does it seem realistic? I mean, are we really going to make $1 million in contributions this year if we made only $50,000 the last? So things like that. So but that's my request. My request is that we add historical data next to the budget figures for us to be able to more clearly understand what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. And that wasn't really a question, Paul. That was just once again asking for, in the future, side-by-side comparisons of like the last 4 years. And Mr. Miller.
So just to echo Mr. Starr's request that we do that in the future suggestion, I would like to thank the rest of my colleagues on the Budget Committee, Mr. Regier, Jason Regier, Dr. Kat McElroy, and Mr. Craig Strachan. We operated off the most conservative estimates that we could, but it's a great idea to do stuff off historical trends to get us a better idea of how to do things. So we would like to do that moving forward, but we really cut a lot of unnecessary stuff based off what we knew, and this is the most conservative projections that we can, the most conservative projections we can probably get. So thank you all so much for helping with that, and I think we look good for next year. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further questions? I just want to say thanks to the committee for actually having a 0 for a completely balanced budget. That is very libertarian. Thank you.
I should add that I don't think I mentioned that the executive committee was presented with this information and did approve this budget. So there you go.
Okay, there are no other questions, so that will conclude the Budget Committee report. Thank you very much, Mr. Vallanham. And,
Alrighty.
Huh?
Alrighty.
Alrighty then. Thank you. Bye-bye. I unplugged, but it's still there. James, I unplugged, but it's still up there. What do I have to do to make that go away? Oh, it did. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. Zipping right along. Question for the Financial Standards Committee. Will you need more than 10 minutes? Okay, then the next item on the agenda is the Financial Standards Committee. As chair, can you please come up? And I asked that question because we have a time certain for lunch because of lunch and speakers and stuff, so. And you can either take this off or you can leave it on there, but it's wobbly.
Okay.
And I don't know how to, I made it less wobbly.
Oh, there you go. All right. My name's Jason Regier. I'm the chair of the Financial Standards Committee. And for the record, I'm not Chris Edgar. we are different people.
But you're wearing a sweater today if he's not. The hats, the shirts,
Yeah. So just as a reminder, the purpose of the Financial Standards Committee is to review the financial statements and the business processes of the party and report back to the membership and the executive committee. We've reviewed over the course of the year the financials. All the financials appear to be in order. There's no accounting irregularities or anything like that we found. However, there was no audit done this year. Audits by independent CPAs tend to be quite expensive, and with the state that the financial situation the party's in right now, that type of expenditure is probably not in the best interest of the party. But it is our recommendation at the nearest possible time in the future that we have a full audit done. In terms of business processes, we did identify one business process that the committee believes needs some evaluation, or actually a lack of a business process. So we had as we've discussed here already, there was a significant revenue shortfall versus plan. And so, obviously it puts you in a situation where the budget was set to where we had a chance to exceed expenses exceeding our income, which we did not want to be in, obviously. And so, that became apparent mid-year around the September executive committee meeting when we were reviewing the financials. We were asking questions, what plans, what's the procedure when you identify a potential gap for revising the budget, cutting operating expenses? And basically, right now there's no procedure outlined in the operating procedures manual for how to address this. So, our suggestions were potentially, the budget committee right now in the bylaws only meets once to present the budget to the executive committee, and that's it. But to potentially have a clause or expand the function of the budget committee to, if the treasurer or the executive committee believes it's in order based on the financials, to have emergency budget committee meetings to review where we're at, potentially cut expenses, if there's anything that they can do in terms of recommending any ways to increase revenue, and also potentially loop in the other committees like the membership committee or anyone else who could potentially work to increase revenue for the party. So that would be our one suggestion with regard to business processes in the future. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, yeah, no, I know. Yeah. I heard that.
Don't want to really
I have
show-
one question.
Questions?
Yes.
Mr. Howe first.
Yeah, since I was the treasurer for 4 years, and the whole position increased quite dramatically over those 4 years, I wrote the treasurer's handbook that describes everything in great detail of how everything should be working.
Thank you for writing that, by the way.
Well, I was wondering, did you actually refer to that as part of your Financial Standards Committee review?
I did not, no. Does it address that, that situation?
Well, I wrote that so that those are the procedures that should be followed, so there are no problems at all with us going forward in terms of being able to pass an audit and making sure that all forms are filed with the various government agencies on time. So I would think that should have been a document that you should have looked at to make sure that everything was done correctly and by the book. And if you didn't review that, I don't know how you could really do your job, because it took me more than a year just to figure out how the treasurer position worked when I first arrived, and it grew dramatically from 1 account to 3 accounts. Plus now we have to file it's a 990 report with the IRS, and that's not mentioned anywhere other than that handbook.
Yeah, so just for clarity though, I'm not the treasurer and wasn't over the course of the year. However,
Well, yeah,
you know,
I know, but because you're doing a review, you should have the document that says, these are the procedures that must be done in the treasurer's position to make sure that everything is done correctly and in a timely manner so that you avoid fines going forward. So that was the problem that we had when I took over as treasurer. The previous treasurer was not filing things on time, so that we needed to have a review process put in place so that people would know, doing the review, what the appropriate procedures are to know if they're being followed or not. And if you don't know what you're supposed to be doing, how do you know if they're being followed or not? That
right,
was
no, I understand. Yeah, and I appreciate your feedback, but all the reports were filed timely. There was no issues with that. Our concerns were more with the actual evaluation of the financial performance in real time during the year, because we did have a budget problem that needed to be addressed. It wasn't so much trying to evaluate whether the treasurer had done his job.
It's not just the treasurer. It's like what is supposed to be going on the books and tracing movement between accounts so that all those procedures are followed correctly. I put this thing together just to make sure that if we do get an FPPC audit, the objective was to make sure we're doing everything correctly by the book, to make sure that we didn't get fined or something by an audit because we weren't following a proper procedure. That was the whole idea.
Totally, and I appreciate, again, I appreciate the fact that you put that together because it's very helpful. The scope of I absolutely will take that under advisement. The scope of the Financial Standards Committee, though, is simply to review the financial statements and ensure that the assets and liabilities stated appear to be accurate, right? And we don't have access to QuickBooks or to any of the detailed general ledger accounts, although we do make a lot of inquiries of the treasurer to do so. So
I think it was a requirement last time we had a Financial Standards Committee review where they had access to the books. I set up an account so that they could have direct access and could look at everything on the books in detail.
I would have loved that because it was very inefficient to request all the detailed general ledger reports, both on the Financial Standards Committee and the Budget Committee, and then have them, the request go and come back and go and come back.
Well, that's why I wanted to be on the Financial Standards Committee, and you guys wouldn't let me on, so I was disappointed in that.
Well, I don't know. That wasn't, I wasn't aware, and that wasn't my intent.
Oh, no. Well, yeah, it's like, I would be the ideal person to do the review, but, oh well, you missed an opportunity. Thank you.
Kate O'Brien, Ventura County. I'm from your government, and I'm here to help. I have a question. You said something earlier about we couldn't afford a CPA or an auditor. We can't not afford one. I think I can't believe there's not some kind of legal requirement to have an external audit, and I think that should be.
What?
And I'd just like to hear more about that.
No, I'd agree that's ideal, but
Yeah.
you know, we just saw what the financials are of the party, and you know, where we're looking at income sub $100,000 and the cost of an audit being in excess of $30,000.
All right, now say again, the auditor?
Yeah, to get a full audit done would be
Does that sound
30,
reasonable?
50.
Okay.
It could be
All right.
in excess of that amount of money. It would literally be,
Wow.
you know, could be a third or half of the total expenditures budgeted for
Wow,
the party.
Okay.
They're
'Cause
very expensive.
our park district gets audited every year, and it's like $7,500. It's not 30,000.
Yeah, I would love it if we had an auditor who could do it for $7,500.
Oh, okay.
So, but I'm not aware of one.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. That
Like I
just
said, it's not
leaped
that,
out at me.
and it's not that we don't want to do it.
Okay.
I think it's
Okay.
needed.
Oh,
But it's
yeah.
like, if we can't, but if we,
Yeah.
we also can't,
Can't.
can't run out of money.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So just for Mr. Regier, I understand we're at time. So just to be clear, for Mr. Hogg earlier, so Mr. Regier did actually review the Treasurer's Handbook. We all did on the Budget Committee. We found it extremely helpful. So he had looked at it, just not for financial, for this particular committee, but we did look at it. I just want to be clear about that, and I'm still not convinced that he's not Mr. Edgar. So who knows?
Okay, well, I would just like to point out, I had contacted a CPA about doing an audit, and the CPA suggested instead of doing an audit, that they do a review, and that's much less expensive, it's not as thorough, and they do sign
Correct.
off on that, so.
Yeah, they provide attestation for a review. That's true.
And that's what we had in 2021.
2021.
Because that was the first one we had.
Yes.
Remember?
Yes. Yeah, I remember. But yeah,
It was a
again,
very extensive review.
yeah. But again, there were issues.
We had a great accountant that did it previously, but unfortunately she wasn't available this year. Okay. Thank you very much. That was an excellent report. That means that our next thing that we're doing is we are going to adjourn to lunch. You don't have to stay close. You can leave. You can go wherever you want. We're going to adjourn to lunch until 1:30, correct? Or 1:15, excuse me. 1:15 is when we come, when we re-adjourn, or when we
I'll just say really quickly, if you bought an escape room ticket, please come see me. I'll stay here for a few minutes, so come see me, please. Thank you.
We have a keynote speaker at 1:15.
Oh yeah, the keynote is at 1:15, so not resuming. Yeah, so the keynote is at 1:15.
Yeah, we're not really resuming business at 1:15, but at 1:15 in this room is the keynote. And the first keynote, I believe, who's the first keynote? Connor Beck. And so everybody knows the keynote is at 1:15, and that's Connor Boyack. If you have kids especially, you'll want to stay around, be here for that, because he wrote the Tuttle Twins. who is the author of the Tuttle Twins books. Connor is the founder and president of Libertas Institute, an award-winning free market think tank. Named one of Utah's most politically influential people by the Salt Lake Tribune, Connor's leadership has led to changing over 100 laws covering a wide range of areas such as privacy, government transparency, property rights, drug policy, education, personal freedom, and more. A public speaker and author of 39 books, which have sold more than 5 million copies, Connor is best known for the Tuttle Twins children's book series, which introduces young readers to the ideas of a free society. And so I would like to very much thank him for coming and invite him up here to speak to all of us. And I'm super excited. I told him I don't have kids, but I know his books anyways. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I have to look left and look right, and I wander, so we'll see how we'll do. I get the jitters when I have to stand behind a podium and I have to stay in one place, so it's good to be able to wander. I'm excited to be with you in my former home state. I was born in San Jose and moved to San Diego. I grew up there as a kid, and now I live in Utah. I was told that the theme of your conference, maybe you know, maybe you don't know, but the powers that be told me that the theme of your conference is disruption. So I thought to myself, what could I say to a bunch of fellow libertarians about disruption? What's a unique message? What's one that we don't often hear? I could come up here and talk about all the typical things that you guys are already well versed in, but what's something that would be more insightful for you to come away from today with? And what came to mind is a quote from Michael Novak. Michael Novak was kind of a political commentator, wrote a bunch of books years ago, and he has this quote that years ago stuck with me very deeply, and I think relates exactly to the theme of disruption. So the quote says, "Between the omnipotent state and the naked individual looms the first line of resistance against totalitarianism, the economically and politically independent family, protecting the space within which free and independent individuals may receive the necessary years of nurture." I find that quote so interesting because I think as libertarians, we're very individualistic. We're rugged individualists. And we don't often talk about the importance of the family in achieving our goals. We don't often consider how disruptive the state can be and historically has been when it comes to our families. That indeed the biggest threat to individual liberty is the undermining of the natural family. And the greatest way to promote our ideas is by using that same institution. I'll give you one quick example. If you take the average person on the side of the road, you stop them and you say, "Hey, I've got this great book." I mean, it could be Atlas Shrugged, it can be The Road to Serfdom, it can be Economics in One Lesson. Pick your book. You stop that guy on the street and say, "Hey, I want you to read this." What percentage of people do you think would take you up on the offer? Anyone want to say over 5% of people? Under 1%, probably most likely. If you take that same person, imagine he's got 3 kids at home, and you say, "Do you think it's important for your kids to be well-rounded? For your kids to learn about entrepreneurship or the way the world works, to be critical thinkers?" "Oh yeah, absolutely." You know, "Would you like some help in doing that, to talk to your kids about these ideas?" "Oh yeah, absolutely." So we hand them a Tuttle Twins book. And suddenly the barriers have come down, and that same individual who resisted the education when it was in a non-fiction 300-page form without any pictures and illustrations to make it easier, is now receiving the same ideas under the guise of teaching their own kids. So when we talk to families instead of adults, our message goes further faster. And this is something that we've seen borne out. So Novak's quote, he talks about the contrast between the omnipotent state and the naked individual. I want to break this down a little bit because I think this is highly relevant to what we're dealing with today. So the omnipotent state, I don't think any of us in this room really need to question whether the state is omnipotent or not. When I was doing research a few years ago for one of the books I was writing, I came across a term that I had never before heard of. We know what suicide is. It's if you kill yourself. We know what homicide is. It's if you kill another person. We know what genocide is, if you kill a whole ethnic group of people. What do you call it when a government kills its own people? Anyone know the name of that term? Yes, sir. Democide. Okay, we have a winner. This guy knew it too, right? Democide. That was a new term to me. And so when I was looking into this idea of the state's omnipotence, I came across democide and the alarming statistic that in the 20th century alone, governments killed more than 262 million of their own people. Talk about an omnipotent state. Talk about one that can disrupt the family by killing the parents, orphaning the children, or killing the entire family. 262 million, that's more than all of the combined soldiers that died and all of the individuals that died from so-called collateral damage in all the wars of the 20th century. The state is supremely omnipotent. We see this we work sometimes with like CPS and parental rights. Our think tank, Libertas, we pass a bunch of laws, and we led Utah to be the first state to pass the so-called free-range parenting law. You guys heard of this? Lenore Skenazy, I think most people know about her work. And so we worked with Lenore years ago and passed a law saying, like, you know that thing that we used to call parenting a few decades ago? Now it's called free-range parenting. Can we legalize that and not punish moms for letting their kids walk to the grocery store? So we got a law change designed to limit the power of CPS to go, and law enforcement, to go punish these parents. But in that area of law, there's this doctrine called parens patriae. It's Latin. It stands for father of the nation. It basically means that the state sees itself as the backstop parent. And we can perhaps understand this in some cases where there are absolutely parents that are abusive and neglectful, and those children deserve to be protected. So one can concede that there is room for some type of intervention. But that doctrine has allowed the state to insert itself far beyond just protecting kids from abuse and neglect. It's led to compulsory education laws, which I like to call compulsory schooling laws, because schooling does not necessarily imply education, right? Where the state forces you to go to its schools. Did you know that it wasn't until the 80s that homeschool was legalized? That in the so-called land of the free, homeschool was against the law for a very long time because of these compulsory schooling laws? And it was only because of the court, the litigation efforts by HSLDA, the Homeschool Legal Defense Association, and others in the 80s that they started to kind of undermine that and allow homeschooling to be more free. I remember years ago, 5-6 years ago, in the UK, there was the story of Alfie Evans. I don't know if you guys remember this. It was all over the news. This international scandal. This tiny infant, Alfie, had massive brain damage, and the doctors in the hospital alleged and believed that Alfie would not survive. They wanted to take Alfie off of life support. His parents disagreed, wanted a second opinion, wanted to transfer Alfie to another hospital and then to another country, where countries were stepping in and saying, we will take Alfie, we will care for Alfie, we will care for this family. And the court intervened and prohibited the transfer of Alfie to any other hospital or country. They were forcing Alfie to die in their care, in their supposed care. And the parents were, as you might imagine, fighting tooth and nail against that system. It was appealed all the way to the highest court, where they completely rejected the idea. They said that it's not in the child's best interests to be transferred. And so the state is the arbiter in these cases of what is in a child's best interest. It's the same with compulsory schooling. So from a family context, the state is omnipotent, whether we're talking about war or schooling or anything in between. I think we all understand that in this room. Okay, so then going back to Novak's quote where he says, between the omnipotent state and the naked individual, what does it mean for an individual to be naked? This being a libertarian conference, I have to be very careful about what direction this conversation goes, because it can get really silly really fast. But I'm reminded, naked, obviously, we're talking in the abstract. There's 4 criteria that I want to go into. We can be naked physically, we can be naked socially, we can be naked spiritually and intellectually. And I'm reminded of this quote that I came across from Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He says, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains." Can you relate to that? Do you think in our society we can relate to that? It reminds me of Isaiah 3, "And the people shall be oppressed, everyone by another, and everyone by his neighbor." The state is not some abstract fiction. The state is our neighbors trying to use coercion against us to further their own ends. That's who we're fighting. That's what the resistance is against that Novak was talking about. So naked individuals. There's this inverse correlation between the size of the state, I'll say the strength of the state and the strength of our families. As the state, as our families and as ourselves as individuals, as we are strong, the state is weak, right? If we're taking care of our families, taking care of one another in the community, if we're providing for one another and doing what we ought as social humans, the state has far less relevance in our lives. The greatest way then to fight the state is not by passing laws or filing lawsuits, but by strengthening society, to take away the purported means for which so many people turn to the state for help. So it goes by contrast that as individuals become weak and as families become weak, the state grows because people need help and they turn to someone for help. It leads to this quote from Alexis de Tocqueville that, man, this is spot on. Here's what he says. "Above this race of men stands an immense and tutelary power, which takes upon itself alone to secure their gratifications and to watch over their fate. That power is absolute, minute, regular, provident, and mild. It would be like the authority of a parent if, like that authority, its object was to prepare men for manhood. But it seeks, on the contrary, to keep them in perpetual childhood. For their happiness, such a government willingly labors, but it chooses to be the sole agent and the only arbiter of that happiness. It provides for their security, foresees and supplies their necessities, facilitates their pleasures, manages their principal concerns, directs their industry, regulates the descent of poverty, and subdivides their inheritances. What remains but to spare them all the care of thinking and all the trouble of living?" That's nakedness. The state wants us to be naked. The state wants us to be weak. The state wants us to depend on it because that is its strength, that is its blood. So physical nakedness, let's start there. I got my start in politics in 2008. I'd been married for a year. I was watching TV, and I saw news of this raid by the feds in Texas of a compound or ranch or whatever called Yearning for Zion. This ranch was owned by the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a bunch of polygamists, this offshoot branch that has become, in past decades, very reclusive. And you remember Warren Jeffs, the name Warren Jeffs, you may remember the news. Sleazy dude, you know, having sex with underage girls, just creepy, culty, awful. So the guy was up to no good, for sure. But what troubled me watching the news unfold, of course, later we found out that they invaded this property on a false tip. There was this woman that called the hotline and claimed to be a girl inside the compound who was being abused. So hundreds of officers and guns and tanks and everything swoop in. Turns out that that was a crank call, that it wasn't actually anyone actually suffering. And we might say, well, Warren Jeffs was a bad guy. He had to be, dealt with. He was a scumbag. He was, and he did need to be dealt with. But what troubled me watching the news unfold was that they took over 400 children from their parents. They removed them from the people who loved them the most, and they placed them in the Texas foster care system, which at the time, and probably still, had a horrible track record for physical, sexual abuse, drug abuse. There were kids getting pregnant from their foster caretakers. Bad, bad system. And Texas isn't alone in that type of tragedy in the foster care system. I was incensed seeing all of these kids just taken away, that the state had the power to intervene and break up these families. So, I had no idea what I was doing. I was a web developer. I built websites for a living. I started an online petition. A bunch of people ended up signing it. I got on the news. That was my first TV interview. felt kind of awkward. Here I am, like, defending these polygamists and people that I don't really have any relationship with. But no one was standing up and speaking up for their rights. And they saw very concretely their physical nakedness, especially those kids. They couldn't defend themselves. They couldn't stop what was happening. They were at the mercy of an omnipotent state. And so that, to me, was the first eye-opening encounter of how weak we are, how physically naked we are. Certainly, we are socially naked as well. We libertarians, we like to think that we're very intellectual, we're very logical, we're logical thinkers, the lot of us. The challenge we have is that humans are not logical. We don't persuade people to believe in our ideas through logic. I remember spending my first few years as an online warrior for truth on social media as Ron Paul revolution and everyone else is wrong and we got to convince everyone of the truth of our ways, and I would engage in these online debates and piss off a bunch of people and convert no one. Because people ultimately are not logical, they are psychological. They're social, they're emotional. And so we as individuals, we're socially naked because when we're born, we find ourselves in this social network of the family that gives us definition, it gives us identity. We draw our identity and our support from these social institutions, right? Man was not made to live alone. We can't. There have been whole TV shows about people trying and failing. We're social creatures. We crave identity. So the question for us is, where do we derive our identity from? Do we derive it from, if you're religious, from your church community and God? Do you derive it from family? Do you derive it from your community, your favorite sports team, your hometown, whatever? Too many people derive their identity from the state, and we become equally tribalistic as the state grows. So we're socially naked. Relatedly, we're spiritually naked. We yearn as humans, so many of us, for answers to the big questions of life, to what that identity is. We, throughout history, have engaged in rituals and practices and traditions and teachings that help us on that path or that journey to try and understand what is true. Well, the state offers its own counterfeit for religion. I mean, some of the most anti-religious people I know are the most religious. It's just that their God is not Christ, it's Caesar. Right? And they have their traditions and their rites and their rituals and their robes of their priesthood, and they'll condemn all the disbelievers and everyone else, and they're very religious about their activities. It's just a different religion. Rudy Giuliani once said, because we are like a religion, really, a secular religion. The state itself, it has its temples, it has its rituals, its monuments, its sacraments. I mean, for me, one of the big eye-openers when I was kind of red-pilling myself years ago was learning about the Pledge of Allegiance. Anyone know the name of the guy who wrote the Pledge of Allegiance? Pop quiz? Bellamy, Francis Bellamy. Tootsie Roll for the winner down there. Francis Bellamy, he was a socialist. He did not want kids to learn about liberty or learn about the principles of the Republic from the Founding Fathers. This was a secular humanist socialist. He saw government as God. He wanted to subordinate children to the state. He wanted them to become collectivists, not individualists. And this guy was the person who created the Pledge of Allegiance. So when I learned this years ago, I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to participate in that. And I realized that I had been doing it for years. Almost like, kids who are taken to Sunday school but never really do the thinking for themselves as they mature about what do I really believe and do I believe this? Do I believe something else? I had not really challenged those things that I was led to experience as a child, and I realized that it was very religious-like with these types of rituals and these sacraments that we go through. So we're spiritually naked as well. Finally, we're intellectually naked. There's this great quote from Hannah Arendt, who wrote, she's written a lot about totalitarianism, fantastic books. She said, the ideal subject for those who wish to rule is people for whom the distinction between fact and fiction no longer exists. So then you think about the society in which we live right now and the war on truth, as I like to call it, and the fake news and the so-called disinformation, and now we're going to be getting into AI and deep fakes and all the rest, and how are we going to tell what is true from what is false? Alan Dulles was the first director of the CIA. He gave this speech decades ago, July 1953, stands up in front of all these people and he's decrying what the Soviets were doing. He said that they were brainwashing. Here's his quote. He says, "The aim of the Soviet program is to condition the mind so that it no longer reacts on a free will or rational basis, but responds to impulses implanted from outside. If we are to counter this kind of warfare, we must understand the techniques the Soviets are trying to adopt to control men's minds. The human mind is the most delicate of all instruments. It's so finely adjusted, so susceptible to the impact of outside influences, that it is proving a malleable tool in the hands of sinister men. We in the West are somewhat handicapped in brain warfare. It is hard for us to realize that in the great area behind the Iron Curtain, a vast experiment is underway to change men's minds, working on them continuously from youth to old age." Yet what Dulles, however you say his name, did not reveal to the crowd that he was speaking with, where he was pontificating about how horrible the Soviets were for doing this, is that he was overseeing a program called Project MK Ultra that was doing the very thing that he was decrying the socialists for doing, experimenting on unwitting participants with electroshock therapy, hypnosis, drugs, and the rest. It was the Inspector General, purportedly the person in government who is intended to oversee such programs and make sure that people's rights are being protected and that the government isn't running afoul of any laws. It was the Inspector General who wrote this: "Precautions must be taken not only to protect operations from exposure to enemy forces, but also to conceal these activities from the American public in general. The knowledge that the agency, the CIA, is engaging in unethical and illicit activities would have serious repercussions in political and diplomatic circles and would be detrimental to the accomplishment of its mission." So much for being an Inspector General. I'm reminded of a situation in which there were these crazy people who came up with this plan designed to pull America into war with the Soviets. This was during kind of the Cuban Missile Crisis and all of those events. And these crackpots came up with this plan that they were promoting, designed to shoot down people traveling in makeshift boats and rafts from Cuba, blame it on the Cubans. They wanted to bomb cities in Florida and blame it on the Cubans. They wanted to kill Cuban Americans and blame it on the Cubans. And this was the crazy idea that they came up with. It didn't happen, much to their chagrin, which is interesting because these crackpots I'm referring to were the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the U.S. military, the top brass, the people in charge who've sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution and protect Americans, were literally proposing killing Americans, falsely blaming it on Cuba so that they could induce Americans, deceive them into supporting war and intervention, which is what they wanted. And the whole reason it didn't happen is because the president, JFK, shot it down. We're intellectually naked. We didn't know that that happened for years. Imagine if it happened. Imagine if they carried out their plan. The narrative would have been for decades, and perhaps still today, that it was Cubans who did it. And our history books would repeat that fact, and kids would grow up believing that fact. We are intellectually naked to the extent that we don't know what truth actually is. Is it any wonder that Novak pits the omnipotent state against the naked individual, because by contrast, we are weak? Okay, so then he says, between the omnipotent state and the naked individual looms the first line of resistance against totalitarianism, the economically and politically independent family. There was a story a few years ago. So what does it mean to be an independent family? The Wunderlichs lived in Germany, probably still do, I think. They were homeschooling their kids. And one day, 33 armed officers showed up at their house, used a battering ram, broke down the front door, and pulled the kids out and took them away. Their charge was not abuse or neglect, although I suppose it kind of was. It was educational abuse, educational neglect, simply for homeschooling their children. This was all done at the behest of an official in the government who said, and I quote, I am certainly of the opinion that there is a danger to the children because they are systemically withdrawn from all social aspects of society and live in a so-called parallel society. The Wunderlichs appealed through all the courts. They got up to the European Court of Human Rights, which ruled that the family had not, quote, provided sufficient evidence that the children were properly educated and socialized. So that court upheld Germany's prohibition on homeschooling, a law, by the way, that had been on the books since 1938 when the Nazis signed it into law. So this is why families need to be independent, is precisely for these situations. Do you remember during the, so we'll talk economic independence, political independence. So starting with the economic independence, do you recall when Obama was first running for president? His team put together this project called Life of Julia. Does anyone remember this? Few people. It was this whole weird thing showing this fictional girl named Julia from cradle to grave, and how at every step along her journey of life, Julia was cared for by the government, that the state was there for her. Look, when she was a baby, she had, neonatal care and all this insurance designed to, help maternal care and everything. And then there was state-funded preschool and then school and, Pell Grants for college and state-subsidized health insurance and all the rest. They literally listed, and they had this, these series of graphics where you would see Julia get older. And I was disgusted by that, right? Those of you who remember, I'm sure were as well. Here on display was this praising of dependence. The state today subsidizes nearly half of the population. Half of Americans live at the mercy of the state. How in the world are we going to have freedom in a society where there is such little economic independence? Think of the founding fathers. Could you imagine if the people who ended up being there during the Constitutional Convention or the earlier conventions that produced the Articles, and we could have a fun discussion about whether the Articles of Confederation is better than the Constitution. That would be a fun topic. But could you imagine if the delegates who were sent there were not economically independent? If they didn't have the means to leave their farms or their industries or their companies for weeks, months at a time. If they were living hand to mouth and had to go work their 9 to 5, work the farm, who would have been there in their place? And so the question to us today is, if we're not economically independent, can we work on higher order activities? Can we be engaged in this cause to the degree that we need to be? Economic independence is a prerequisite for us if we want to fight for freedom. And then political independence. I mean, society is going to be arranged in some form or fashion. It's up to us to try and decide what form that will take. Alexis de Tocqueville talked about, remember he came to America and he toured what then was America, and he ended up writing a couple volumes of this book kind of chronicling his journey. And he talked about what he called mediating institutions. He was shocked that how when there were needs in America, when someone was in need of particular resources or a opportunity, or there was starving people or immigration or whatever the issue was, he was blown away because in Europe, he said, whenever there is a need, whenever someone raises their hand in need, it's the state that shows up. There's some minister, there's some politician who steps forward and says, I'll take care of you. And that's the life that he was accustomed to. By contrast, he was blown away at how when he came to America, he said, for every need that arises, there is an association created. A mediating institution, a civic group, people coming together to help those in need. There's a fantastic book, I think the title is called From Mutual Aid to the Welfare State, and it chronicles how in America's early years, for decades, you'd have these mutual aid societies for health insurance, for life insurance, for child care, for elderly care. These were people who would band together and help one another, and it was all done voluntarily. It would be the Irish helping the Irish, or the Chinese helping the Chinese, or the Christians helping the Christians, and you would have this social fabric of institutions. You didn't have all these people dying on the streets. All the welfare state proponents today like to think that before the welfare state, there were just people dying left and right, and thank God for government to step in and save the day. That wasn't the case at all, But increasingly, the state started to crowd out these mutual aid societies through the imposition of taxes. Because why would people join an association and pay dues and show up to meetings and have to go to conventions and participate in these processes if they could just pay their taxes and be done with it? Oh, I'm charitable. The state will take care of them. And so incrementally, over the course of about 2 decades, these mutual aid societies went bankrupt. They lost their membership because they couldn't compete with the state. That is why independence is needed, because the state is going to do the exact same thing to us. Okay, so Novak talks about how the economically and independent families need to give necessary years of nurture. Writing the Tuttle Twins books, it's been interesting over the years to get accused of indoctrination, right? That we're indoctrinating kids. And at first, I kind of resisted that criticism. I pushed back against it. I said, we're not doing that, Indoctrination is what the crazy authoritarians do. It's what the government schools do. A few years ago, I realized that that was a losing battle and, frankly, wrong. We are indoctrinating kids. It's just that everybody indoctrinates. I mean, what is indoctrination? It's just teaching doctrine. Our children are going to be exposed to all kinds of ideas. The question is, whose ideas and by whom are they exposed? Everyone indoctrinates. So now we lean into it and we say we're indoctrinating kids too. That is the necessary years of nurture, because our ideological opponents are doing the same thing. Like when I talk to parents, I say, you don't understand. If you don't realize that your children's minds are ground zero in an intellectual battlefield, then they've already become a casualty. If you, like, what parent would send their children to war, in some faraway land without body armor and a weapon and training on who the enemy is, when they're supposed to shoot, in what direction, what are the rules of engagement? Could you imagine an 18-year-old kid showing up to, let's just say, the Middle East, because that's where all the modern foreign interventions are being done. So they show up in, let's say, Libya, and they have no uniform, they have no shield, they have no protection, they have no weapon. Let's say they have a weapon for fun. They have a weapon, but they have no clue who the enemy is. They don't know what he looks like, they don't know how he operates, they don't know where he lives. Like, what's the point? And yet we do that every day with our children. We do not equip them intellectually, philosophically, to understand what their armor is, what they need to be doing, what weaponry they can use, who the enemy is, who the opponents are. If we don't help our kids understand that we are in a mind war, then we're already losing. That is why I think the necessary years of nurture are so important. It's like when I started a garden a few years ago with my family, and my kids were very young at the time. And I remember spending all this money buying those little, what do they call them, saplings or whatever, little starters that you get at Home Depot or whatever, because I didn't want to do the seeds and take forever. That would take way too long. I'm too impatient for that. So I bought all the little starters. We plant them all. We were out there for hours, and I felt like, yeah, I'm a homesteader now. I got my chickens. I got my bees. I got a garden. I can go off grid, except for plumbing. I want to keep my plumbing. So I plant all these plants in the ground, and I'm proud of myself. And the next day, we live in a very windy area. A big windstorm came, and I realized I had not done anything to shield these little plants from the winds that came. I had invested all this time, all this energy, all this money, and I went out there and I lost 2/3 of them within 24 hours, just because they got whipped around and they had no protection of any kind. Then the ones that survived had bug infestations and all the pests that came in, and the only thing we ended up growing that year was zucchini, which is like a weed. I mean, zucchini can grow in like a crack in your driveway. That stuff will grow. We had zucchini bread and zucchini everything for months because there was a ton of zucchini, but nothing else survived. And I didn't realize how hard it would be to shield my little plants from the oppositional forces that came in upon them. That's the message. That's the observation I made, that if we're not intentional, we're going to lose our kids. There's a great quote from an evangelical pastor. I can't remember his name, but I'll pull this over to the political application. In his religious context, he says that can we as Christians really be surprised when we send our kids to Caesar's schools and they return home as Romans? Can we as liberty lovers really be surprised when our kids are, during their most intellectually formative years, learning from and wanting to be like all the crap we see in TikTok and social media and in the schools today? Can we really be so shocked when they come home and say, I love Bernie Sanders? Like, are we going to be that surprised? We shouldn't be. I'll end with this story as to why. During the Hungarian Revolution, very brief revolution, they were being occupied by the Soviets. There were soldiers and tanks scattered throughout Hungary. And in Buda and Pest, different sides of, I think it's a river, maybe it's a creek. But in Budapest, there were these people who rose up and threw off the Soviets, largely teenagers. They started making little Molotov cocktails and they started destroying these tanks. The Soviets felt like the Hungarians weren't that big of a threat, so they had their newer soldiers there and their crappier tanks there, but they had a presence. That presence was opposed and thrown off in the course of a few days by this revolt largely led by teenagers. They had independence for at least a few days before the Soviets returned. They started forming their own government. They started organizing. They started a radio station. They were trying to kind of build up these institutions and make sure that they could protect their newfound freedom after repelling the Soviets. The Soviets came back. They came back with way more soldiers, way more tanks, bigger, better tanks, and they crushed the revolt. Consequently, thousands of families streamed out of Hungary, where they were hopeful for at least a few days. They started fleeing their country. There was one family, the Hadjocks, and they had a girl named Vera. I think she was 11 years old, and then they had a boy. And they go over across the bridge at Andau into Austria, and there were some journalists there interviewing all these people coming across the border. Tell us your story. Tell us what happened. And little 11-year-old Vera starts speaking up and saying, our teachers were telling us lies. Everyone was telling us lies. We didn't believe them at all. And so naturally, the interviewers are very intrigued by this young girl who's speaking very forcefully and very plainly. So they start talking to her and learning from her about why she believed the way she did. They turned to the mom and they said, how is it that your 11-year-old daughter knows such things and has these opinions? So Mrs. Hadjock replied and she said, every night after the kids were done with school and the lights were off and the power went out, we would sit in the cellar as a family and we would read, they were Catholic, we would read the Bible, she said, and we would teach our children morality and truth. And we would wash away from their brains all the evil things they had learned that day. She was asked then if other families had done that. Were other families doing what the Hadjocks did? Mrs. Hadjock said, I have no idea, because we were so fearful to talk to anyone about what we were doing that we didn't tell anyone. We didn't even want to do this with our kids for a while, she said, because if they were too young, they might blurt out to a teacher what we had told them at home, and then suddenly we go off to the gulag. So you have to wait for that age at which the children are old enough to keep a secret from those in power, but young enough that it's early enough for you to go counteract all the crap that they're getting from the government. It's that same level of intentionality I feel that we as lovers of liberty need with our families. We need to wash away the evil things that our kids are getting exposed to. We have to recognize that their minds are ground zero for an intellectual battlefield. We need to recognize that the greatest way that we can spread our ideas is supporting moms and dads in teaching their kids. I, for years, have worked through Libertas, and before that, a variety of other groups and parties and all kinds of stuff, trying to promote the ideas of liberty. I have found nothing nearly as successful as simply helping moms and dads help their kids. For too long, we wait until people are adults before we share the ideas of freedom with them, when they're voters, when they're adults. And that's important. We need to do it. But there's power in teaching kids. There's power in supporting families, because that is the social fabric we need to strengthen if we want to shrink the state. Thank you, everybody. a few minutes, we can have some fun. Lincoln. Okay, so to repeat the question, he's asking if the state has crowded out or opposed all these other institutions in society, how do we rebuild them? How do we bring them back? That's the million-dollar question, right? I mean, you look at like groups like Kiwanis or Rotary or like all these associations that used to exist. We as Americans used to be, like Tocqueville saw, a society of institutions and associations. We used to attend meetings and have all these groups. And that isn't really our culture anymore or right now. So I feel like we need a cultural shift. To me, the best place we can start is directly with families. I think homeschooling is critical because of now what we have are homeschool co-ops. So it's families banding together to educate their children together. That to me is one of the greatest signs of success and the best things that we can do. So that's kind of where I try and start, is in education and with families, and specifically with like homeschool co-ops and things right now as a way to kind of grow out of there. We have a question right here.
Yeah, so historically, and I'm talking like thousands of years, you know, has the role of the family, like in the modern world, is that significantly different than it was like 3,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago? And, you know, is there anything you can say about familiar structures sort of over time?
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at the data around intergenerational living, this won't be a surprise to you, right? Grandparents used to live with the kids and the grandkids, and you'd have multiple generations under one roof. You'd have a support system. That has massively shifted. When you look at the numbers, it's come way down. Everyone puts their old folks in an old folks home, and the kids lose the ability of the influence of the grandparents, and you know that's been a huge trend. There's a book I would recommend actually on this, specifically as it relates to education. It's called Free to Learn by Peter Gray. This is in one of my top 5 books. He's a psychologist, and he talks about over the millennia, how have children learned? And growing up early in human societies, right, the kids would play hunter-gatherer, they'd play war, they'd play, you know, homemaker or whatever, and kids would learn through play. They would imitate their adults. They would practice the behaviors of adults. And then, of course, now in the modern education, compulsory schooling context, we've completely divorced kids from that reality. No longer are they learning through play and imitation. We sit them down in these, like, you know, prisons and force them to learn the same things at the same time in the same way as every other kid who shares the period of time in which they were born. Like, it makes no sense. So his book is fascinating and chronicles that. So I would encourage you to check that out. Free to Learn by Peter Gray. Thank you. Yes, sir. Oh, we got one. Last question. Okay. Great.
How would you compare the level of freedom in Utah and California? And if you think Utah is freer, would that be due to stronger families and the strength of the church?
Great question. So as a former California native who left back in the days when you could actually find a U-Haul truck to leave, I jest, but only a little bit. You know, freedom, it's a very complicated word. In some ways, you know, there's more freedom in California, but I would say overall on the net, Utah is absolutely freer, far fewer regulations, lower taxes, more homeschool freedom. I mean, we changed the state's homeschool laws a few years ago, and now it's literal anarchy. I mean, there's no rules, no regulations, no restrictions, no curriculum, no testing, no nothing. So for myself, only knowing my own situation and like before and after, I feel much freer. To your second part of your question, I think a lot of that is that there is strength in the community. It's a highly religious overall community, obviously. Family is very much prioritized. You know, I remember as a kid, I hardly knew who my neighbors were a lot. We didn't really have like a lot of strong connections as a neighborhood. That's not at all what my kids' experience is. We know everybody. We interact all the time. There's, you know, parties and hangouts and everything else. So I don't think religion is necessary for that. I don't think it has to be only a religious society that can accomplish that. I think Utah has a leg up for that reason. But to me, it is a testament that if we do want more freedom, we do have to band together, help one another, unite together. We need more community. We need more society. And I think that could be done in California as anywhere else. It's going to require a lot of work. Back to Lincoln's question, we've got a lot of work to do to get there. Thank you for the question. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Can I give you a hug?
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you. That was fabulous. Thank you so much. So we were supposed to come back to order 7 minutes ago, and we're getting really close because I see the secretary. And the bylaws committee chair is on her way in. She needed to get her laptop. But per orders of the day, the next thing on the agenda is the bylaws committee report. So I'll just take this opportunity. Everybody in here, raise your hands if you've read it and studied it thoroughly to know what's going to happen next. I don't see a single hand. Oh, I see one. Excellent. Okay, I'll raise my hand too, because I have as well. I didn't see anybody else's hands. So it's not printed for you. In order to see it, you're going to need to go on your phones and go to ca.lp.org. Go to the bylaws page, and you will see all of the bylaws amendments. Because I know everybody this is the most exciting part of the convention, right? Everybody? Come on. No? Okay. Precisely. So, yeah, study it real quick. There's going to be a quiz. Okay, there won't. Yes? Okay, that makes another one person that's read it. Excellent. If you go down to the bottom of the page, scroll down in the footer, there's options, and one of those is bylaws. And it's a fairly short report this year. There's been reports that have been hundreds of pages. This one is not. By the way, I know you guys must have read it. You didn't raise your hands. So I haven't actually called us back completely to order because, but maybe I will because I see people. Okay, Mr. Edgar, are you ready? Okay, so I'm going to call the meeting back to order at 2:09, and actually we are going to need an updated credentials report. So if the credentials committee could update that for the secretary. And I see a gentleman at the microphone.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Graham Brown, Alameda County. I wanted to make a motion to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to move the bylaws committee report until after the elections.
Okay, is that a single motion or is it a two-part motion?
I think it's fine to do it as a single motion.
Okay,
Yeah.
Then that means it's not debatable.
Okay.
Is there a standing second? Oh, actually, no. We're going to wait for the credentials because I don't know how many people we need for a standing second.
Madam Chair, I'm just going to object to consideration of this because normally what happens is when bylaw changes happen, and they could happen from the floor, it could change what the officer elections would be. So the rules of the organization always take place before officer elections. So I'm objecting to consideration. I hope people will not vote for this.
Okay.
I didn't think it was debatable.
Can I have a parliamentarian? But what happens when somebody objects to consideration?
So that gets voted on first, and it's basically it's a sneaky way for somebody to bring in an argument when you normally can't do argument. So,
is that a majority or a two-thirds? I've got two.
So two-thirds to object to consideration. If that fails, then we'll have his vote, and he needs two-thirds to adopt.
Okay, but before we get to any votes, we are going to go to credentials. They want to amend the agenda to go next to elections. Alicia just looked it up. I don't know if you need to. Alicia just looked it up. I mean.
Point of personal privilege?
Yes, sir.
Is there any way to turn the heat up around here? It's really cold in this room.
Okay. We'll need somebody to go out and ask the hotel because I don't know how to turn up the heater. There's a control over here, but I don't know how to use it. Yep. Just do it here.
We have 129 registered delegates.
Okay, so we have 129 credentialed delegates. So the first thing that we're going to vote on is, or actually, does that need a standing second? Does the motion to, does the objection to consideration need a standing second? Okay, thank you. It's in, okay, so, all right. All those in favor of objecting to consideration of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. It passes. So we will not go to the next vote because it's been objected to. So that leads us back to where we were, which is the Bylaws Committee report. And I saw Ms. Tewksbury. Ms. Tewksbury. Be nice, she's nervous.
He's using his Elmo voice. That was rude. That's what that was. He's mean. I hate stages, so. I don't want to. Okay. My computer's being dumb. Cool. All right. All right. Oh.
Can I have a timekeeper, please?
Is Lima available to keep time? Sorry, I'm nervous. Okay. All right. I swear I knew what I was doing 5 seconds ago. I'm gonna kick things. All right. So they made me be the chair of the Bylaws Committee. That's why I'm up here right now. And we have, I believe, we have 12 proposals. That looks right, yes. Okay, should we just jump into it? Because we've all had a fun day, yeah? All right. I want to thank the other members of the committee because really they were the committee. I just kind of told them to vote. And yeah, so Chris Edgar, Gary, I don't know where Gary Alvestad is. I don't see him. Over there. Graham Brown, I don't know where he is. Over there. And Shane Strawn, where are you? I just saw you a minute ago. Over there. Okay, thank you guys for putting up with me. Yeah.
Have the URL for the bylaws
yeah.
committee report
So,
up on the screen. So
I don't have
It's
the URL.
ca.lp.org/bylaws. You go there, you will see a button that says Bylaws Committee Report. Push on that and you'll see the whole thing.
All right, so the first one I have here is from Bylaw 15 regarding committees, Section 2. Do I have to read all these for everyone, or is everyone good reading them to themselves?
They're up on the screen.
Okay.
But you should read it.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the first one we have says, let's see here. Not later than 60 days following the close of each convention, the executive committee shall appoint a bylaws committee of 5 state central committee members to recommend changes in these bylaws and convention rules. The bylaws committee shall adopt its initial report not less than 70 days prior to the convention. Oh, I'm so sorry. That is not a proposal. Did I say I was nervous? That's,
by the way, what their
that's just, I'm just going to read the bylaw book. This is, okay. Yeah. Whew. I'm going to need a drink as soon as this is done. All right. So our first proposal, let's do this. Bylaw 2, promoting initiatives, referenda at the state, county, and municipal levels of government to realize the ideas of liberty as proclaimed in the Statement of Principles. I'm scrolling through for the changes. Okay, so as you can see, I don't know what's on your screen because I can't see it. Yes.
James is over there.
Yeah, he can talk. That's what I was hoping.
So
Yeah.
all you have to do is this part. This
Yeah,
is your,
that's
this
what I
is
was
your
hoping.
amendment. Oops.
No, you're fine.
You just read this and say what you're changing, and that's fine.
Got it.
Because
Good.
that's the amendment.
I was hoping not to have to read the whole thing. All right. So bylaw 29 in the OPM, the Operating Procedures Manual, currently states, the secretary shall maintain an addendum to the bylaws that contains operating procedures that are created by a vote of the, No? It's not on the screen? Okay. Okay. Am I not on the right page? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling and... Did I pass one? I knew I was gonna do something silly like that.
So
Recommendation 1. That's what I
there
have
you
here.
go.
That's what I
And
have
then
here.
Just go, keep going, keep going, keep going. So then you're adding.
And that's where I was,
You're
though.
adding this section here, I.
Uh-huh.
And so then your proposed bylaw is amended. Will at the very end have just that I added to it.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So
that's
scroll
what you're
back
working
up.
right there.
So the way you can say this is just say that the amendment that you're making is to add I, read what the I is, and that's going to be added
Okay.
to the existing bylaw.
It's way less than I thought. All right, so we're going to try this for the 10,000th time or whatever that is. I hate being up here, so. I don't know how many times I said, do I have to do this? All right, so we are adding I. It says promoting initiatives and referenda at the state, county, and municipal levels of government to realize the ideas of liberty as proclaimed in the Statement of Principles. I read that a moment ago. Let's just do this. Does anybody have any questions?
No, it goes, no.
Put it on the
It's not-
screen.
It's not questions.
Okay,
so
I'm just very...
it's okay. So have a seat. Take a seat.
Yeah.
Have a seat.
I'm just very nervous.
No, have a seat. You'll be back, and the next one you're going to insert the blue language at the end of list of purposes. Okay, just so everybody understands what they're voting on, the motion has been made by the Bylaws Committee. It does not require a second. I should probably mention that. These committee ones, they've been noticed. They don't require a second. So everybody understands what they're going to be discussing now. And just as also a reminder, this says 2/3 is required to amend. Everything is 2/3 required to amend, so there you go. But this is changing the bylaw to purposes to add an additional item at the end of the listed purposes of the party
promoting initiatives and referendums at the state, county, and municipal levels of government to realize the ideas of liberty as proclaimed in the Statement of Principles. So if everybody understands that, we will go to discussion. Keep in mind the people for are over there, people against are over here. And we will go to the first person at the mic.
So there's not a sign for where you go for amendment. So I went to the closest mic.
And by the way, say your name and all that kind of good
Okay.
stuff.
Alicia Purcell, Ventura County. I support where this is going. I actually have an amendment to offer to actually make it broader. So my amendment would be to strike out the clause in the middle that says at the state, county, and municipal levels of government, and comma. So I would strike that phrase out, so it would just be promoting initiative and referenda to realize the ideas of liberty as proclaimed in the Statement of Principles. So that's the motion. The rationale behind changing it is state, county, and municipal levels are actually not all the levels there are of government. You got school districts, right? You got all kinds of special districts or special tax districts. We're actually about to do an initiative for a Melrose district, but some judges say that even though it has district in the name, it's not a district. So I don't want to try to list all the types of places that these initiatives can occur. So that's why I'm just proposing take out the itemization and just leave it with the concept without itemizing which levels.
Okay, so is the amendment on this, has the secretary put the amendment on there for people to look at? I will need a standing second. We had 129 delegates, so it's going to be 13 people have to stand up. Yes. I just asked Richard and he said yes, so I'm just... Plus people like to stretch their legs. We've got more than 13. That is true. Okay, so now what we'll do is we will go to discussion only on the amendment. So, fors and against? Go ahead.
I just a request, actually. So can we put the language up as modified, as proposed modified on the screen so people can see what's different?
Yes.
So basically, just so we're really clear, what we're voting on is it'll instead read promoting initiatives and referenda to realize the ideas of liberty as proclaimed in the Statement of Principles. So I just want to make it really clear people know what they're voting on. So that's the proposed amendment to this amendment is the strikeout. And what will be remaining is just what's underlined in blue right now if this were to be adopted by this body.
Okay, and that wasn't a for and against, so you were in the perfect place. Okay, yes, sir.
I'm going to speak against it because...
Name and stuff?
David Bowers, Los Angeles County. I'm going to speak against this amendment only because I wish it had said all levels of government instead of taking out all the rest of the stuff. That's my comment.
Are you making an amendment to the amendment?
No, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
Just making sure. Okay, anybody else like to speak on the amendment to this motion?
Sandra Callender, Contra Costa County. I'll speak in favor. I think it is broader to say they can do initiatives and referenda. I'm not sure whether we would interpret it that they can do them in a foreign country or whatever, but I think it basically says they can do it, and if they can find a place where you do initiatives and referenda, it's going to be in government somewhere. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else that would like to speak on the amendment to this motion? Okay, seeing none, we will go to a vote. This is an amendment. This is not the main motion, so at this point, it does only require a majority vote to adopt the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, the amendment is now the main motion. Is there discussion on the main motion as amended? Okay, seeing none, we will go to a vote on the main motion. This will take 2/3. I'm going to try it with a voice vote because I think that's easy with 2/3, but all those in favor, please say aye.
All those opposed? Wow. Unanimous, wow. Okay, so that passed. So we will go back to Ms. Tewksbury for the next one. And on this one, again, just say that that's what it is. You might want to say the impact and then read what you're amending.
All right, so on our next one, it's from Bylaw 29. The impact of this is that the amendment clarifies that the operating procedures manual contains 1, all standing committees and special rules of order governing the executive committee, and 2, all committees the executive committee has established. So we have a bunch of things crossed out and things added in. Currently, well, should I read currently and then read new, or?
Go ahead. It's
Okay.
short, yeah.
So currently it says, the secretary shall maintain an addendum to the bylaws that contains operating procedures that are created by a vote of, the executive committee or the operations committee. The addendum shall be published and made available in the same way as the bylaws, so that anyone who can access the bylaws can also access the addendum, including publication of the bylaws page, publication of the page, a lot of red and blue, the party's website that is readily available to any member to be updated in the manual within 30 days. Okay, so the new one would be, the secretary shall maintain a comprehensive list of all special rules of order and standing rules that govern the executive committee, as well as a comprehensive list of all committees created by the executive committee in a single document called the Operating Procedures Manual. The Operating Procedures Manual shall be published and made available in the same way as the bylaws, so that anyone who can access the bylaws can also access the manual. This includes publication on the bylaws page of the party's website that is readily available to any member to be updated within 30 days of any change. I can read.
Okay, so that is the motion. It is on the screen. We will now go to discussion on this motion. Okay. Hearing no discussion, we will go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes. Congratulations. This one you can do the same as the last.
All right, so this one is from Bylaw 9, Section 3. The impact is, this change will clarify that the county central committees may endorse any candidate they see fit in a nonpartisan election, regardless of such candidate's party affiliation. So currently, it says, county central committees shall conduct their business in any manner they choose consistent with these bylaws and the national bylaws. County central committees may endorse only those candidates for public office in any partisan election whose political party affiliation is either libertarian or declined to state. We are changing this by removing the words declined to state, and we are adding no party preference, as well as the sentence, in a nonpartisan election, a county central committee may endorse any candidate the committee sees fit.
Okay, on this one, we will go to discussion, and I see somebody at the microphone.
Yeah, I think this is a really bad idea. There are too many people in this party right now who think it's okay to endorse a Republican just because we can't find a Libertarian to run against them. And I think that's a bad trend to start. I have no problem with our endorsing nonpartisan candidates, or whatever you want to call them, but I do not believe that Libertarians should be endorsing people from competing parties, even if it happens to be in a nonpartisan election. Because everybody knows what party those people belong to, even if it is a nonpartisan election.
Thank you. I don't see anybody over there, so I'm about, whoever gets the microphone. Yes.
Hey, Gary, Alstead Orange. I just want to point out the current bylaw doesn't put any restrictions on endorsements or nonpartisan elections either. It says, only in partisan election. And so our intent here was wasn't to actually change anything. It was just to clarify and avoid the confusion of the previous bylaw.
You can. Well, let me just go, can we let the chair of the committee speak first?
So to add to that, what Gary was saying is, we had people asking through this last election cycle, what was allowed. I had multiple people asking me from different counties, what are we allowed to do? And I would tell them, read the bylaws. But I would go to the bylaw and say, well, that's a really good question. And so we debated over this in our committee meetings. And just as he said, it doesn't really say. So we wanted to put a rule in because people were asking for one. And again, it's for a nonpartisan race. And it's up to your county. Your county can say, we're not doing that. Or your county can say, we want to have a coalition with this person, this group, whatever it is. In my county, we've been working with other groups, and it's been really good for networking. So your mileage may vary, but we just wanted to have a rule because people kept asking. Like, we don't know the answer, so let's try to give an answer.
That's not, that isn't privileged, so you're going to have to wait. Yes, sir.
So two things, actually. I'd like to divide the question because I don't think there's any objection to changing decline to state to no party preference because the law changed the description. So I'd like to have that voted separately first. I'm in favor of the overall proposal. I think that, the national bylaws allow endorsements in nonpartisan races for other than party members. So it's something that is allowed on the national bylaws. I don't see any really harm in the case of a nonpartisan race to say we like somebody and we're supporting them. There's just so few races we're able to support. We need more libertarians running, so let's fix that problem. But anyway, so my motion is to divide the question, and I'm in favor of both questions after that.
Okay, a motion has been made to divide the question. Is there a second? And that sounded like 13 people. Okay, so now this is a divided question. The first part of the division is to simply change decline to state to say no party preference to be in conformance with what our state has changed that to. Is there any discussion on that part of the motion only? Okay, seeing none, we will go on to a vote on the first part of the divided question, which is to simply just do that one thing. Everybody understand what they're voting on? And this will require both parts of these are going to require 2/3. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Wow. I knew that one would get it. Okay, so that part passes. So now we're on the second portion of the divided question, which is to insert the sentence, in a nonpartisan election, a county central committee may endorse any candidate the committee sees fit. We will go on discussion to that now. Yes, sir. Name and stuff?
Starchild, Chair of San Francisco County. We have had direct experience with this. Most recently, we made a recommendation, and we used the language recommendation, although we would have rather said endorsement, and it creates confusion because we had to say recommendation, but the state bylaws were saying you can't endorse candidates who are not libertarians. So we recommended, in the past we've done this, recommending votes for candidates who we thought were better than other candidates, either clearly better or clearly less bad, depending on what perspective you want to take in some of these races. But there was a district attorney race in San Francisco where we had a very good candidate who was not libertarian. He was Democrat, but progressive and wanting to really have criminal justice reform, hold police accountable, not focus on victimless crimes, but focus on crimes for his actual victims. from my perspective, about as good a person as we could hope to get in the office of DA, short of having someone who is actually philosophically libertarian. And being able to get the Libertarian Party of San Francisco name out there as among his supporters, I think was very helpful and useful locally to distinguish ourselves from Republicans, because most of the stuff that comes down in terms of ballot initiatives in San Francisco are economic measures, things like tax increases and bond measures and new regulations on what landlords can do in terms of rental housing and all kinds of stuff like that that we have to oppose, where we're taking the fiscally conservative position. And
we're at time.
So
okay, we're at time. Thank you.
So my time is up. I don't know
That
how
was
long
2
I have to speak.
minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I took too long in that part. Then I'll.
You can get back in line if you'd like.
Sandra Callender, Contra Costa County.
No, 2 minutes. Can we speak twice? Oh, it's only once. So you can't get back in line. Sorry. Yes.
I just have a question. I'm not necessarily for. And I'm sorry, I've been watching quite a few, reading bylaws, lots of different versions of bylaws for a while now. So I apologize for not having them all memorized. Can I get a clarification when it says that a county central committee may do this endorsement? Does each individual central committee have their own rules about whether it's the executive committee that does it or the members that do it?
So that part of it, and I'll just answer it generally, that would typically be included in each county's bylaws as to what their requirements are for how they make endorsements. So it's each county that makes their decision on that, and it's typically in their bylaws. I don't know that it's in all the bylaws, but that is, it's not mandated in any fashion from the state.
Okay, but this is a new thing that's being introduced that they might not have in their bylaws because it wasn't something they could do.
Well, it depends on which part of it. Maybe I misunderstood your question. I thought your question was who decides at the county level to make endorsements.
Right.
So
why would
that wouldn't change, because it's up to each county who in the county makes endorsements. So this wouldn't change that part of the question.
So you assume that it would be the same as whatever their process was for the other types of endorsements?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes?
TJ Ferrer from Los Angeles County. I'm in favor of central committees, county central committees doing whatever they want and not trying to restrict them. I'm just concerned about some of the wording here. In particular, if there is a libertarian running in that nonpartisan election, that the central county could actually endorse someone else that they see fit. I really want them to be able to do that, but at the same time I don't. I don't know. Maybe I'm not a real libertarian. We'll find out. What I really don't like is us splitting the nonpartisan election and partisan election apart and having different rules for each one. I'd like to see us just have a blanket set of rules. Are we going to allow central committees to do what they want, or only in certain cases and not others? So I'm just against the general wording of this, not the concept or the principle.
Okay, and yes, sir.
Hi, Graham Brown, Alameda County. I wanted to call the question.
Okay, the question's been called. Is there objection? It's been objected to. All those in favor of ending debate, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, we will end debate and go to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Okay, the amendment passes, and we will go on to the next proposal. Is that one? Is that next? Okay.
You okay? All right. So the next one is regarding the bylaw 12, specifically regarding that section for the area coordinators. It's a longer one. So, does everybody need me to read it? No? I'm hearing no's, and I like those no's. Essentially, what this is doing is there was a county that asked to be switched from one region to another, so it addresses that. It also changes the way that the areas are described. So previously, there was kind of like a description of a border, and now we're listing the counties. I think that pretty much covers it. I think that covers it. They said no, I didn't have to read it all. It's a long one.
Okay, she didn't have to read it all, but I think that it's pretty clear that the main change in this, and I think that's important to understand, the main change is that there's one county that is changing areas. Other than that, this is just a clarification of which counties are in which region. Or, excuse me, they're not regions, they're areas. So, we will first go toward A4.
This is actually a question.
Okay.
There is another change in the text that is not addressed in the introduction and was not addressed by the bylaws chair. If you go to the last paragraph, I'm wondering if the bylaws chair can explain what is the purpose of this change, what is it supposed to accomplish, and what happens if we vote for it.
Would you like to answer that question?
It currently says coordinating activities in their respective area of the state, and the proposal includes inserting the words "and assisting with any and all, comma, affiliate." So I'm confused. I'd just like the bylaws committee chair to explain what it is, what this change is supposed to accomplish. Because I might have a problem with it, I might not, depending on what it is.
Right, so I'll tell you this, I was the chair, but I didn't write it, and I didn't, tell everybody what to do or anything like that. So I can't speak for the exact intent in there, only them just from the wording. I don't remember everything we discussed. But to me, the plain language is clear that it's just maybe clarifying some of the area coordinator role. That's how it seems to me. The other bylaw committee members are more than welcome to explain further if they feel.
Go to the mics.
Yeah, they can go to the microphones to do that.
Well, it would be good if somebody could explain it, because it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand what the purpose of any and all is. I also don't understand the word affiliate, since we do not have affiliates. We have county organizations. So I would just like to hear an explanation.
And by the way, thank you, Mr. Dean. I noticed that myself. We don't have affiliates in our bylaws anywhere. We have county organizations. But can I ask if you'd like to make an amendment?
After I hear what... All right. Move to amend to change affiliate to county organization.
Okay. All right. Is there a standing second? Okay. Okay, that was 13. Is there any discussion on that change only, which would be saying county organizations as opposed to affiliates, as that's what's stated in the remainder of the bylaws? Discussion?
Yeah, I guess I have a question. What's the purpose of the comma that's there? It just seems like it doesn't even belong there.
He's right.
Oh my gosh. It's funny, didn't Spike mention that this morning about fighting over commas?
That was semicolons. These are commas.
Yeah. So
I'm not even going to.
So is the maker of the motion actually replacing the comma as well? Hint, hint.
He's laughing.
Okay. All right. So can we have it?
Do you want to make an amendment to the amendment to get rid of the comma?
If there's no, can we just without objection not have the comma in and?
Second.
Okay.
Just
We're
that
going to
one
go to a
comment.
vote. I heard seconds. That's incidental because I don't know what it is. So is there any objection to amending the amendment to include that the comma is gone? Okay. The amendment is amended to now include that the comma is gone and the words, or the word affiliate is changed to county organizations. Is there any discussion on that part? Hearing none, we will go to a vote on the amendment only. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, the bylaw is now, or the motion is now amended to make that change. So we are back to discussion on the motion is amended. And I believe there's still a question, but I don't know that there's an answer. So. Let me ask if any of the members of the Bylaws Committee would like to speak to it.
I think his question is what will be different with this change as opposed to if we don't adopt the change?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Gary Alstead, Orange. Again, our intent, like last time I spoke, our intent was merely to clarify, describe what the area coordinators actually do, that assisting is one of their roles, that, and that's, yeah, again, we don't, this isn't intended to change anything, only to provide a more complete description of what that role actually entails.
Okay. We will then next go to this side of the room and then that side of the room.
Okay, so first I just want to point out something for clarification. It seems there's in the insert strikeout format version of this amendment, in the paragraph regarding central area coordinator, there's some, I think probably somebody was trying to alphabetize them and didn't get everything edited quite the way they meant. So Alpine and Amador and Stanislaus counties are listed twice there, but only in that format. When you go to the, if adopted, it would read as this. It's correct over there. So I just don't want people to get confused about which, about which they're voting on. So it is correct in the two-column format. It's just incomplete edits, I think, in the red and blue insert strikeout language. So I just wanted to point that out. And I think as a substantive matter, I had a similar question to Mr. Dean about what impact this has, and does it require, it sounds like they're required to assist with every activity in their area. What if they're not even asked to, and what if the help is unwelcome? I don't know. I have a little concern about that. So I think I do want to divide the question so the last paragraph is voted on separately from the rest of it. I think is pretty unobjectionable to me.
Okay.
So divide the
So
last paragraph.
that is a motion to divide. Who keeps 13th thing? Thank you. When we get to substantive stuff, though, we will be standing, just letting y'all know. Okay, so the motion to divide, and I believe that the way that this was presented is the first division will be to vote on the last paragraph only, and then, or is it to vote on the first part first? Okay, it doesn't matter. So we're gonna vote on the first part first, and the first part is all of the blue and red up till the last paragraph, and that will be separate. So is there discussion on just the first part, which is basically just identifying which counties are which, keeping in mind that Alpine and Amador and Stanislaus shouldn't be listed twice? Is there discussion on that part only? Yes, sir.
Okay, Scott Lieberman, Santa Clara. I'm not sure what year, this is a couple of years ago when they divided this into areas. And I looked at the list and I saw that Santa Cruz County was in the central area. And I thought to myself, that's kind of unusual because Santa Clara County, where I come from, is directly north of Santa Cruz County. And it's also a little bit, I think, east of Santa Cruz County. And just all the economic and shopping ties and all that. People from Santa Cruz much more likely are going to go to Silicon Valley and Santa Clara County rather than to Monterey or Central. And so I was surprised that Santa Cruz was stuck in the Central. So I'm really glad that the committee is making this change, and I hope that people vote in favor of this amendment.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Did we vote on the motion to divide, or was that just seconding it?
All those in favor of dividing, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? This is just to divide. It's not on the motion. Okay. Sorry, and thank you for that point of information, because you're right. I got sidetracked with the 13th. So, back to discussion on the, no, perfect. Back to discussion on the dividing motion, or divided, the first part of the division. And I believe you were, well, we did that one last.
No, we did this one last.
Yes, sir.
Jose Castañeda from Los Angeles County and also from Region 65, Southeast Los Angeles. The question I have is the county that wants to be moved, how was that decision made? By the executive committee, by the chair, or did the membership have a say? That's all I'm asking.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I think I do, but Mr. Malazan has an answer.
When I was Northern Area Coordinator, I was approached by Santa Cruz County requesting that they be affiliated with the North for the reasons that Mr. Lieberman stated earlier. So I submitted this request to the Bylaws Committee, and they worded it appropriately.
Also, as Central Area Coordinator, Santa Cruz has expressed that concern, has expressed this interest to me 2 or 3 times. They don't feel connected to the Central Area. They feel connected to the Bay Area.
And just as a clarification, who was that the executive committee that came to you both?
Yes.
I believe so, but it's been quite some time. So that
Fair enough.
this was the first. I believe I attended the first Bylaws Committee meeting to submit this type of proposal and let them word it as they saw fit.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that answers it.
Okay. All right. We will next go to this side. What happened to?
It answered my question.
Okay. I'm like, I know she was. I know.
Elizabeth Stump, Alameda County. When I was elected at large, I began outreaching to other counties, and I started attending Santa Cruz County meetings. And I asked how they feel about being in Central, and they were very dissatisfied. And they actually spoke to me and said, could you please, as an at-large member on the XCOM, which I was at the time, advocate for us on our behalf to move us from Central to Northern. So actually, the chair, Paula Zaga, the vice chair, Kathleen Purcell, and their treasurer, I'm blanking on his name, all 3 members of their XCOM advocated, say, please, advocate for us. Please, we would like to move. We politically are more affiliated with Santa Clara and San Mateo. We feel a greater kinsmanship. Santa Cruz is very liberal. Bay Area is liberal. Monterey County is very conservative. We really want to be part of the northern area. So at the time, as I was at large, I proposed it to the Bylaws Committee that they consider it for the next election. So this is something that Santa Cruz County, their XCOM, has really actually wanted. So that's why this proposal's in here.
Madam Chair, we're at time on the motion.
We're at 15 minutes? Okay, unless there's a motion to extend time, we would go to a vote on all pending questions.
Motion to extend for 5 minutes.
Okay, it's been moved to extend for 5 minutes. Is there a second? Okay, it's seconded. All those in favor of extending time by 5 minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, time has not been extended.
Can I ask a point of information?
You can.
Where are the areas defined now? We're enumerating here in a bylaw, which is a very permanent place. Have we defined where the areas are prior to any change we make here? And how flexible is it in terms of changing where people are affiliated with?
It was completely defined previous. It just wasn't defined with every county listed, but it was defined areas.
So we have always defined it in the bylaws?
Correct.
Okay, so we have to make a bylaw change to change where somebody belongs to.
Correct.
So anytime, if we pass this, anytime somebody, I guess even before that, the way things stand, if any county wants to change which area it's in, they have to propose a bylaw change to get
Correct.
it done.
Correct.
I I really wish we hadn't closed things so I could have put an amendment in to get rid of that, but it's too late. June Jennings,
Sorry, I should have asked
June
her for
Jennings,
that.
Riverside County.
And thank you for asking. Okay, so we're going to go to a vote on the pending questions. So the first part that we've debated, but we're voting on both parts anyway. The first part of the divided question is to vote only on the first part of it, excluding the final paragraph. Does everybody understand what they're voting on? Which essentially is a listing of all the counties, and it moves Santa Cruz to the north. Does everybody understand what they're voting on now? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, that passed. We now are going to go to a vote on the second part of the divided question, which is to add the, and it's as previously amended for the motion. So each area coordinator shall be responsible for coordinating and assisting with any and all county organizations, no comma, activities in their respective area of the state, and shall be elected to the delegates from the area for a 2-year term. So instead of saying 2 years terms, which was actually not very well written, it says a 2-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay,
Objection.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I thought we were going to be able to debate this divide. Yeah, we should be able to. I thought we were going to be able to debate the second part.
We
of the
ran out
divided
of time.
motion.
There was a
Gotcha.
motion to extend time. It failed. So we were going to a vote on all pending questions. Actually, on that last vote, can we vote again because I got distracted? So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. You're voting on the final paragraph. Just because before I actually called the vote, I got distracted. So all those in favor, please say aye on the final paragraph only. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. And this is where I was pondering before. I do not know that that's 2/3, so I do believe we're going to need to do a standing vote on that. Huh? 2/3.
That's not on the total motion as amended.
Oh, yeah, no.
It takes a majority.
No, it takes.
You're voting just on the second.
So we have to go back to the, okay. It's a separate main motion because it's divided. We're going to go to a standing vote on that one because that was too close to call. All those in favor, please stand with your badges up. Oh, wow. People, can somebody help me with the counting on? If you could do the count, please. No, we can just count. It doesn't have to be a count off, but if you could help with counting the sections, that would be great. You don't have to count off, just count. He went over there.
Also, just while the chair is doing this, someone did leave a pair of glasses somewhere, and I do have them up here. So if you're missing clear glasses, look like they're prescription, you're probably blind, but you should be able to hear me, just not see me. So have someone guide you to the table.
Okay, and now all those opposed, please stand, and we're going to count those as well. So could the same people count the same things again?
Okay.
And I got to tell you that voices were louder than standers. Is this all of the votes? What about the middle? Was anybody, okay. Either which way, it passes. It 70 to 22.
Madam Chair.
And I gotta say, I don't know if it's just me being crazy, but the sound was totally not. Yes.
There's an error in the recording of the minutes on this piece of it. The wrong comma was struck out. I'm serious, I'm sorry. So go back to it. There were 2 commas in that paragraph. It was the first comma we're trying to get rid of, not the second. So the one between all and county is the one we wanted to get rid of, not the one between state and. Okay, and up above, you have the undo the other one. It's undone. So right where you have the state, you have it, yeah, so basically retain that. Yep. Awesome. Oh, yeah?
All right, so the next
That's funny.
recommendation is from Convention Rule 9, which has to do with voting for national convention delegates. This is also a long one as far as the actual rule. As far as the actual changes, there aren't a ton of actual changes lengthwise. There is a paragraph that says each state convention delegate may cast one, we're striking out yes vote, yes, not vote. We are striking out or one no vote per nominee up to the determined number by this, the number determined by the secretary. We are adding the sentence, such votes shall be cast via secret ballot. At the end of this proposal, we have a sentence that says, no nominee for national convention delegate or alternate shall be elected unless that nominee receives a minimum of 3. We're striking out the word yes, keeping the word votes, and we're striking out greater than no votes. And this is essentially making some clarification on that process. Some of you are aware that we had questions this past year. So people came to us with concerns.
Okay, so the motion from the committee, does everybody understand that, what it is?
Yes.
Okay, so we will go first, Mr. Starr.
All right, 2 items. If you can bring it back to on screen, I'd appreciate that. So, if you, oh wait. Great. So the portion that's underlined in blue, such votes shall be cast via secret ballot. All in favor of that. I think the question should be divided so that is considered separately from the other issue, which is the strikeouts. I'm going to speak against the strikeouts. I'll tell you why. The way it works for us to select folks to be National Convention delegates is that we all get to vote for a certain number of people, and anybody who gets a net positive at least 3 votes could potentially be a delegate. You know, it's all a ranked order from highest to lowest. You need the minus votes if you're going to continue to have 3 votes as your minimum threshold. Because anybody, even the most weirdest person around who has no business being here, can get 3 votes. So you need the opportunity to vote no so that the crazies don't get selected to become your national delegates. So this fixed a problem in the past, and now I'm seeing that there's an attempt to undo this. So I think you really need to vote down the strikeouts. I think the secret ballot, excellent, we should vote for it. But unless you're going to increase that number of minimum number 3, which is the last sentence there, up to something a lot higher, you need to have the no votes so that people can vote down people that you're opposed to being our representatives at the National Convention. So there's a motion to divide.
Okay, a motion has been made and seconded to divide this into 2 questions.
And if the first question could be the secret ballot one, that'd be great.
And the first question is whether or not this will be changed such that this is just such votes shall be cast via secret ballot. So we are now going to discussion only on that portion of the divided question, which is on the question of secret ballots. Is there, yes?
I agree with Aaron's motion to divide the question for exactly the opposite reason that Aaron stated.
Wait, did we vote on the divide of the question?
No.
All those in favor of dividing the question, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, it's divided. Sorry, somebody yell at me because I keep forgetting that needs a vote. And I don't know why. Yes, go ahead.
Are we now debating the motion to remove secret ballot, or to affirm secret ballot, excuse me?
Correct.
Yes. I oppose that part of it. I support the other part that Aaron opposes. I think that we as delegates should properly be seen as representatives. We are representing the larger membership, and as such, all our votes, I think, ideally would be public and transparent. I think we're a deliberative body, and that it's appropriate for members of a deliberate body to be on the record in their votes. And this would actually help with Aaron's concern on the other part of the motion, which is that we might elect bad people to be National Convention delegates. If people are on the record as far as who they're voting for, then you can see and give people feedback. Well, you voted for this person, and I object to the use of the word weirdo. I think lots of libertarians are weird in different ways. Flannery Connor said, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you strange." And so I don't think we want to filter out weirdos, but we do want to filter out people who are not really that strongly libertarian from holding representative positions in the party, of which I think national delegate and state convention delegate are one. So I think we should try to, if we can't immediately get rid of the secret ballot for practical reasons of counting and so forth with the current technology, I understand that.
Madam Chair,
but let's not affirm and mandate that we have to do it by secret ballot. That's going in the wrong direction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dave Bowers, LA County. Point of information. I have a question on how the secret ballot's going to be run, because in the previous selection, we had to write our names, which I realized putting yeses and no meant people who were counting would see who voted yeses and nos. So that would be my question. Is just methodically, have we thought about how to do that and make sure they're...
I can tell you that on the committee they talked about different suggestions. One of them would be to have a situation where you only have a certain period of time with somebody sitting at a box to have those ballots put in to make sure people don't vote twice. Another suggestion was the double envelope idea, where you put your ballot in an envelope with no name. The outside envelope has a name. You take out all of the envelopes first, and then open. There was lots of different, but they didn't, to bog it down into the bylaw to tell exactly how to do it seemed really ridiculous.
No, I just appreciate that. And I will be voting for this.
Okay, and we're still just on the first part of the divided question. Yes?
Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara. I am in favor of the secret ballot, and I want to ask a request for information, which is there any limit on the number of delegates to the California Convention?
Yes. Every year it changes based upon how many...
The state convention? Any member can be a delegate, is that correct?
At the state convention. I misunderstood the question. At our state convention, we could have every central committee member show up, and that would be how many people are at the convention.
So to Mr. Starchild's point about being representatives, we only represent ourselves as an individual. We are not representing.
No,
I'm saying that.
Okay.
I'm not asking.
Okay.
I'm saying that given that any member can be a delegate, each delegate only represents himself or herself, not any other members. So thus, I am in favor of the secret ballot.
Oh, got it.
Thus, I don't object to the secret ballot, and I am in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm Chris Gannier, Orange County. I'm calling the question.
Okay. Perfect. Is there any objection to calling the question? Hearing none, we're going to go to a vote on just this portion of the divided question, which is the secret ballot portion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, that portion of the divided question has passed. We will go to the next part of the divided question, which is regarding the yes/no votes. And that also includes, because that wasn't part of the other one, at the end where it says minimum of 3 votes. So the strikeouts there. Yes, sir.
Okay. Gary Alstott, Orange County, speaking in favor of this motion. It was put in at a time, or there have been times, like when I first started, where we would have fewer people sign up to be delegates than we had spots. So I could see setting a minimum bar, saying you've got to at least pass the laugh test, that you can get 3 people to go along with you, and you know, we wanted to street out the as they've been called, weirdos. So we wanted the ability of veto power among the voters as well. That's just not our reality anymore. We have hundreds of people applying for these spots, more than we can fill. I think last election, the cutoff was 40 votes. So the idea that a weirdo is going to get through is just not really a concern for us anymore. You need a broad base of support to become a delegate with a group as large as this.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Jose Castañeda from Los Angeles, and I urge you to vote against it. I think we do need it. It's actually, from what I recall, and I've been around since 1982, it's very hard to not get elected as a national delegate unless people really hate you and you've done something wrong. And there have been a few times where, yes, there was one time someone who was nominated at one of our national conventions had taken off his clothes. So it was brought up to the delegates, don't vote for this person, vote negatively for this person. We don't want him to be at another one, representing California at one of our conventions. So we voted, and he was not, right, yeah, the guy who did the strip on C-SPAN, and who knows, CNN, who knows who else. So I do think we need it, and in order for you not to get voted in, you would have to really have done something that people will hate you enough to vote against you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I believe there was a misstatement of fact in a previous argument regarding whether there are people who don't meet the threshold. And I think the reason for the confusion is that we have alternates as well as delegates. Our alternates are considered part of our delegation. And I believe that in the last National Convention vote for delegates to the last National Convention, there were some people who did not meet the threshold. And I ask the chair to confirm that this thing does actually have meaning.
There were some people that did not make the threshold, and they were not considered alternates. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Scott Lieberman, Santa Clara. I'm against this motion for the simple reason a lot of the people in this room are in favor of instant runoff voting. And the reason you're in favor of instant runoff voting is because it gives a lot more people, or excuse me, it gives the voters a lot more control over what their votes represent. And here you have a situation where the bylaws committee is trying to take away power from the voter, or not give you the power to do what you're currently doing, which is to vote either yes or no on each delegate. So therefore, I think it's a good idea to be able to vote either yes or no, and therefore I urge a vote against this part of the amendment.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Graham Brown, Alameda County. I wanted to call the question.
Okay, the question's been called. Is there objection? Okay, it's been objected to. All those in favor of ending debate, please say aye. All those opposed? Okay, we are ending debate on this portion of the divided question. All those in favor of the motion that would basically essentially get rid of the no votes in the delegate counting, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, that failed. That failed, guys. Okay, we'll actually do a counted vote for this one. All those,
One question, who called for division? Okay.
who did? Actually, you know what? We need 10 people to stand up to call for division. It's in our bylaws, and it's in your thing. Will 10 people stand to ask for division? Okay, we've got more than 10. Okay, please stand if you're in favor of the motion. Okay, so everybody knows what they're voting on. This is the second part of the divided question. The first part already passed. And what this would do, this would change the paragraph. It's the yes, no part. I did something weird to our computer. So each state convention delegate may cast one vote. This is how it would read now. One vote per nominee up to the number determined by the secretary. And the part that already passed is such votes shall be cast by secret ballot. And the other change in this would be that in the final sentence, it would now say no nominee for National Convention delegate or alternate shall be elected unless that nominee receives a minimum of 3 votes. Yes, the effect of a yes is that we add what I just said, which is that you cast one vote per nominee up to the number determined by the secretary. And it still remains that they have to get a minimum of 3 votes, but it's 3 votes period because we don't have no votes anymore.
Point of information?
Yes.
Would another way to phrase this be that we are effectively removing the no votes from the choice of delegates?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor, please stand. And I'm gonna go ahead and count this one. And we're gonna do a counted vote. I will start up here because you guys are up here. One, 2. So that was 58-46. The motion failed because it needed 2/3. Next.
All right, so the next one is from Bylaw 15, Section 1. This is the impact of this is the amendment makes clear that, 1, the executive committee may create either working/special or standing committees, and 2, the executive committee, if it creates a standing committee without advance notice, cannot appoint the members of that committee until at least 7 days after the new committee's creation. 3, all special committees must have a targeted end date for their final reports. 4, the executive committee has the power to create special committees, but may delegate that power to the chair if it sees fit. So the current wording, we are striking out the words "as the," and we're changing that to "the," so that's more of a grammar thing. Executive committee, crossing out "deems appropriate the chair shall," not crossing out "shall," sorry. You know what, this is gonna go too back and forth and confusing for me and everyone, so I'm just gonna read the current and the new. Currently would say, as the executive committee deems appropriate, the chair shall appoint working committees which shall exist at the pleasure of the executive committee. We are changing that to, well, the proposal is to change it to, the executive committee shall have the power to create and appoint committees of the board, but may delegate the authority to make such appointments as it deems appropriate. No standing committee created by the executive committee can be appointed until 7 days after the committee's creation if it is created without notice. All special committees must have a targeted end date for their final report.
Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, we will now go to debate on this motion. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna propose an amendment that it will actually make it cleaner and retain all the flexibility that you seem to be wanting with the proposal. So the existing Section 1 of Bylaw 15 is only necessary because under Roberts, it would be the full executive committee rather than the chair. So the reason that's there is to say it's not the ex-com, it's the chair. So actually, if you just strike that out, Roberts, several sections starting at 50:11 talks about, you know, the methods that an assembly can create and appoint committees and allow, you can create a committee and say, we're going to allow the chair to appoint the members of the committee. You know, there's appointment by chair, you can allow nominations by the chair, and then the whole assembly chooses. So you've got all this full range of flexibility to do what I think you want to do, just based on Roberts. So my motion is to just strike the entirety of the current bylaw 15 section 1 and only add this sentence at the end starting no standing committee created by the executive committee. So those are the portions that are not already covered by Roberts. Yeah, so we will be striking the first sentence and then just, and I guess actually executive committee would become an insert there, right? Because we're striking the whole first sentence. So it's just a cleaner way to do it, and then you get all the flexibility that starts in, you know, section 50, paragraph 11 of Roberts, and you can do all kinds of different methods, including you could delegate it to the chair to make the appointments or not. So I just think it's a cleaner way to approach it instead of being redundant with what our parliamentary authority already allows.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, is what's...
Yeah, he's working on it. No, okay, so, all right, so the first sentence you correctly struck out. I'm saying make all the next two sentences would all be blue insert. Blue underline, yeah, for
Right.
that and the prior sentence. So strike the first sentence and then blue insert on the no standing committee all the way to the end.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Everybody understands what this is. We are now going to be speaking only on the amendment. Do you have something to say on the amendment? Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Starchild from San Francisco. I strongly oppose the amendment and support the original language drafted by the committee. The point of the bylaws is to supersede Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's is not supposed to be our default. This is what we adopt, and it's not producing the same result. If some committee wants the chair to have the ability to appoint people to a committee, they can always simply ask the chair who they are recommending for that committee and then vote to appoint those people. The chair should not be the one to have the formal power. I think we have a problem in society in general with too much centralized and concentrated power, most obviously in government. But I think, to me, it's always a watchword that we should try to model in our own organizations, in the Libertarian Party, the kind of governance that we want to see in the larger society. And so we should also be trying to have decentralized power and bottom-up governance in our own party. And even though I think Mimi's done a terrific job as chair, I think there's always the danger of too much power being concentrated in any one individual. And we should always be cognizant of this and not, let ourselves, get caught up in admiration for any given person who's the top leader that we've elected, but recognize that it's always important to decentralize that power. And this kind of power to make appointments should be in the hands of the whole committee. And again, if the committee wants to listen to the chair's recommendations on who to appoint, they're always free to do that, even if we adopt this rule. So I encourage you to please vote yes for this. This is very important. Thank you.
Okay, and again, this is on the amendment.
Can I make a motion to amend the amendment?
You can.
I would like to shorten the time of 7 days until 3. I understand the point of having a day or two to make sure that there is not a not monopoly, but people making changes very quickly. But I think 7 days is a little bit too long, and I would like to shorten that to 3.
Okay. Is there a second to that amendment? Okay.
I have to amend the secretary on the spelling of my last name.
Please do.
Please do.
Oh, commend me.
Yes, commend you, because you spelled it exactly correct.
I thought you said amend.
No, commend.
Okay, so unfortunately that died for lack of second.
That's fair.
Okay, so we're back to discussion on the amendment, and I think that's you.
I'm in favor of the amendment that's proposed. It does have the effect of, it's strange, I think I'm arguing the opposite that Starchild is arguing here. I think he seemed to think that adopting this would somehow concentrate power in the chair, but in reality this is actually devolving power from the chair. The chair currently has the ability to create and appoint, or rather to appoint the working committees. So I think that having the whole executive committee devolves the power down a little bit to a larger group of people. So I think that the amendment is shorter, but still, I'm sorry, the amendment is brief and gets to the point. I'm a real big believer in brevity, but apparently not right at this moment. So anyway, thank you very much. I would urge you to vote yes.
Point of personal privilege, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I misspoke. I was talking about the main motion when I said urging people to vote for it, not the amendment. I am opposed to the amendment.
Okay, that makes more sense. I was confused before myself, so thank you.
I was confused, and that was the source of your confusion. I apologize.
Okay, I didn't think that's what you were saying, so I was. Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to address Starchild's question or statement regarding the limitation of the chair's power. Our founding fathers created a government to be weak and inefficient and ineffectual. Do we really want to follow that model? I think the Libertarian Party needs to be more effective, more involved in getting things done, not less power and less responsibility. We need more power in the hands of our executive committee. More money, more votes. I think the idea that we should model ourselves after Congress and President is silly.
Is there just further discussion?
Jen Kirkendall, Orange County. I'd like to call the question.
And by the way, if you wouldn't have done that, we were about to go to a vote. But that's okay. Okay, so is everybody clear that right now we're just voting on the amendment, and the amendment is on the screen, and
Now you got the whole thing.
does everybody understand what they're voting on? No. Okay, so I'll try to. My understanding of this is that the amendment is to strike the first sentence in its entirety. Is that correct? And then okay, so does everybody understand now what they're voting on? Can you make it a little larger?
I'm trying to get the full screen here.
Yes,
Point of information, David Bowers, LA County. So we're voting on this to become the main motion.
correct.
Okay.
This,
And then
we-
there'll be a
There's
separate.
going to be a separate vote, so we're voting on the amendment right now, which takes a majority vote. Then we will vote on the main motion, which will take a 2/3 vote. Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, hopefully that's clear.
Is there still questions on what we're voting on? Okay, I personally, I'm a little confused myself, so I got to be honest.
Madam Chair,
can-
oh, sorry.
Can you read?
Yeah, sure. So the amendment is to change bylaw 15, section 1 to say, no standing committee created by the executive committee can be appointed until 7 days after the committee's creation if it is created without notice, period. All special committees must have a targeted end date for their final report, period.
I just have a clarification question, Trundle and San Mateo.
Yes.
So we're voting on the amendment to the amendment.
No, we already, the amendment to the amendment failed for or died for lack of second. We're now voting on the amendment to the motion. And if this passes, it will become the main motion. Correct. Yes. So now, does everybody understand what they're voting on? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, the amendment fails. We now go to discussion on the main motion once again. Is there any further? Oh, the question was called and actually was that called on all pending questions, but I don't see anybody at the mics anyway, so it doesn't matter. We're going to go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, I'm going to say what we're voting on again. This is now the main motion that was originally made. There's no amendments to it. So the motion is going to change bylaw 15, section 1 to now read, the executive committee shall have, excuse me, the executive committee shall have the power to create and appoint committees of the board that may delegate the authority to make such appointments as it deems appropriate. No standing committee created by the executive committee can be appointed until 7 days after the committee's creation if it is created without notice. All special committees must have a targeted end date for their final report. Yes.
I need to ask a question because there's one part that just confuses me about the proposal. In that first sentence where it says, the executive committee shall have the power to create and appoint committees of the board, does that mean that as I'm reading that, it seems to say that the only members of a committee that the board creates are members of the board. So you can't have anybody who's not on the executive committee on this board. That's how I'm reading that. Can somebody clarify that or let me know that, or just tell me I'm wrong?
I'm sorry, Mr. Starr, could you repeat that one more time, the last part?
The effect of the words "of the board" seems to limit the population that you can select from to put on a committee. So the eligibility is limited to only people on the board is what it looks like to me. I don't know if that's your intention or not, but that's how I'm reading it.
Can I believe that, and this is I believe that because the comma has been removed, this would say appoint committees of the board, meaning the committees are committees of the board. It doesn't mean who the membership is. That's my understanding of the reading, and I believe that that's the intent of the reading.
So why
Madam
would,
Chair?
what, I guess my question then is, what did the words "of the board" add to that sentence?
Let me ask you this. Are you making an amendment?
If it's in order, I'd like to make the amendment to get rid of the words "of the board," so that way it's really clear that the folks that you can select aren't just people on the board.
Okay. Is there a second to the amendment? There was 13 people raising their hands. Okay, so now we're on just discussion of the amendment. I don't see anybody at the mics. Is that correct? Okay, so the amendment to the motion now is to strike the words of the board. So it would just say executive committee shall have the power to create and appoint committees, period, for that, or yeah, comma. I said period like it doesn't have those other words, but sorry about that. Of the board is gone, so it just says committees, but may delegate the authority to make such appointments as it deems appropriate. Is there, let's try this. Is there any objection to the amendment? Okay, hearing none, that means that we're now in discussion of the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion on the main motion as amended? Okay, I see nobody standing, so I'm going to say that that's a no. So we are now going to go to a vote on this amendment. Does everybody understand what they're voting on? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, the motion passes, and we will go. Actually, you know what? I'm going to ask the body's indulgence. Ms. Tewksbury's computer is just about out of battery, kind of like mine did earlier. Would we be opposed to taking a 10-minute recess for her to get her charger? Huh? We just did. No, we're on to the next one. We're not done with the report, but her battery is dying, and my charger doesn't work with her computer, and she's got her computer. So is there any objection to taking a 10-minute recess for that purpose? And that means that people can use the facilities like me. Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess. It is 3:40 now. We will come back to order in 10 minutes at 3:50. and hopefully the people that this affects are in the room. I don't know how many people it affects, but there was going to be an escape room event, or 2 events actually, that were going to happen after the business closed. That has been canceled due to some issues with getting supplies and such. So those of you that got those add-ons, that has been canceled. So I don't know who bought them. I don't know if those people are in the room, but if you talk to somebody that says, "Oh, I'm going to the escape room," let them know that it's been canceled. Okay, and one last announcement. When you're at the mics speaking, get closer to the mics and speak louder and more clearly. Apparently, people are having trouble hearing, not only here, but also on the live stream. So please be careful about that. So now we are going, let her plug in. And Mr. Stark, are you standing to do something that I need to recognize?
No, I'm standing to, right after this next proposal, I have something to say.
He's ready. I'm not ready. I know.
I appreciate Mr. Starr's enthusiasm, just for the record. I like it.
You just gotta let
We
me
can
in
get through
on my
bylaws
laptop,
before the end of the
you
day.
know? Gotta type that password.
Trying to accelerate as much as I can.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, we are back in order at 3:56.
I do agree with the chair, though. If Mr. Starr could raise his hand and stand at the mic, it's the experience. It's the experience.
All right, so the next one is from Bylaw 15, Section 1. Wait, hold on. Nope, that's not right. I think the drink is hitting me. No, I just have to pass that. Okay, so the next one is on Bylaw 12, Section 8. Okay, let's see here. So the current wording is failure of an executive committee member to attend two consecutive executive committee meetings shall be cause for removal from the executive committee. The proposal is to change this to an executive committee member who fails to attend 2 executive meetings of the executive committee shall be deemed to have vacated his or her seat as of the close of the 2nd consecutive meeting missed. The member may be reappointed.
Okay. Yes, sir. Hand raised. Mr. Starr.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to say what I like about this proposal, and then I'm going to say what needs to be changed about it. So I do like the idea that if somebody doesn't do their job and they've missed 2 meetings in a row, that they effectively they automatically resigned. It doesn't put the executive committee in the awkward position of having to remove that person, because that's a pretty hostile situation. It's just better to let the person go and just appoint the replacement. Having said that, there's a flaw in how this is written. It didn't matter before because it wasn't automatic, but Roberts makes a distinction between meetings and sessions. A session is when you go through the entire agenda, and that could be over multiple meetings. So for example, at this convention, we're in our 3rd meeting so far. We had our meeting this morning at the DoubleTree, which lasted a minute. We've had our meeting for this morning, and then we adjourned to a meeting after lunch. So this is our 3rd meeting already. The executive committee, when they meet, they often have breaks where they have lunch and what have you. So you could wind up having somebody missing 1 executive committee meeting session, but they've already missed 2, 3 meetings in a row. So my proposal is to change the word meeting or meetings to session or sessions.
Okay. Is there a second to the amendment? Second. I saw more than 13.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go to discussion, and you can speak to your amendment for 30 seconds if you'd like.
Sure, hopefully I was clear. We don't want a situation where somebody misses 20 minutes of a session and there was 2 meetings during it and they're out. So I think this, you want the entire agenda to be considered the measurement here.
I believe he did. Somebody could make a point. The parliamentarian is just wanting to make sure everybody understands the difference between a meeting and a session. And I believe that Mr. Starr explained that adequately, but if he didn't, please ask. So we will now go to discussion on the amendment only, and we'll start with the, and I don't think that these signs are mattering, so just
Well,
this one.
in my case, it really doesn't, because Sandra Callender, Contra Costa County, I just have a question.
Okay.
Do we have something anywhere that makes a distinction between an unexcused or unavoidable and whether that, if they're available by phone or they're on Zoom, or what do we mean by it? Is there anything else that complicates this, or is this exactly the only thing we need to look at?
I was gonna make a motion to say two unexcused.
But one moment, though.
Sorry.
Okay, so I believe that's a request for information or a question of information. No, this is the only bylaw that talks about this. There's no distinction between excused or non-excused, or this is what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now.
I move to amend the amendment to add 2 consecutive I don't know what the word would be I was looking for is, but 2 non-announced misses. So if you just don't show up without telling anyone. Yeah, I need the language, someone. I'm going to work on the language and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Unexcused, thank you, that's the word I'm looking for. Move to amend to 2 unexcused absences. Can I see the rule, please? I need a grammar check too, yes.
Okay, so first of all, I think you need to work on it a little bit, but
Yes.
that would not be germane to the amendment. That could be made after the amendment is disposed of.
Got it.
Because it's not amending the amendment. You're not changing the
that's
amendment.
true.
You're
Yeah.
changing another part that's not the part.
Yes, understood. Got it.
So that gives you time to work on your wording. Okay, so next we're going to go to this mic.
Hi, Gary Alcid Orange. I wanted to answer the last question, but I don't think it's germane to this. I don't think the question was germane to this motion, so the answer wouldn't be either. So should I wait until?
Look, right now we're on discussion only of the amendment, and the amendment is simply to change the word meetings to sessions.
Then I'll go back and look.
Well, you can still, so are you speaking on, yes, sir.
So I sympathize with Mr.
And by the way, you're Joe Dean.
And I don't know why this microphone's not.
And speak louder.
Joe Dean from Santa Clara County. I appreciate his intention. I don't think this amendment does it, and he may be correct in terms of parliamentary terminology if you're a parliamentarian. I think this is contrary to the most common sense understanding of the words. I'm not questioning his correctness. I'm questioning the viability of this as a clarification when people are going to read this later, and I'm hoping he can come up with some better way of saying it, because I think the average person thinks of a meeting as being the thing that you all go to Fresno for or something. And there are other references in the bylaws to meetings of the executive committee, and people understand that to mean that. And I think the average person would think, oh, there's a morning session and an afternoon session. So I'd love to see this clarified, but I don't think these words quite do it.
Fair enough. This mic, is anybody at that mic for the amendment only?
Garrison Ham, San Diego. I'd like to call all previous questions.
Is there objection to calling all, and the meaning previous, and that means everything, we'd be voting on everything at once, the amendments and everything else. I hear objections. All those in favor of ending debate, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Yay. It takes 2/3, and that was not 2/3. So we will continue debate. We need 10 people to stand up to call for division? Are there 10 people standing to have a counted vote? Are you guys standing for a counted vote? We don't have 10 people.
And who called for division? Oh, thank you.
Okay, so we are back to discussion on the amendment only. This mic.
While I appreciate Mr. Dean's concern about layperson terminology versus precise definitions in Roberts, the reality is these two words are very precisely defined in Roberts. You can look them up in the index and go to a definition of session and a definition of meeting. So, you know, if there's questions about it, there's a black and white definition in the book that gives the distinction. So I think it's fine. I think the solution would be if there are other places where meeting is used a little more loosely, maybe we clean those up too. But, you know, this one impacts whether or not someone is kicked off the executive committee. So I think you really want to get it right so that they're not, you know, missing one thing they think of as a meeting, but it's really 2 or 3 meetings and boom, suddenly they're off. So I think this is, if you're going to get it right somewhere, this is the place to get it right.
Okay. This mic.
Chris Minoletti, San Mateo. I have a question and a possible amendment, but I would like to see the language so I could remember where I was at. Basically, my concern is that I believe when the terms 2 consecutive meetings were written, those were about quarterly meetings. The quarterly in-person meetings, even though that's not defined there, that's how I had always interpreted that. And if we just have 2 consecutive sessions, that could be 2 special meetings with 5 days notice. And if there was someone, say, traveling out of the country for 2 weeks and 2 special meetings came up and they were not able to attend, that would seem to be a pretty strict interpretation.
Okay, so you could, if you wanted to make an amendment, I'd suppose.
I could put the word quarterly in front of sessions.
How about, okay, this is just, I'm going to make a point of clarification in our bylaws. We have nothing in our bylaws that says we have a quarterly meeting. As a matter of fact, we have nothing in our bylaws that says we have a regular meeting. Our bylaws say that we have meetings at the call from the chair, from the executive committee, or from 5 members of the executive committee. I don't know how to really answer that because there's nothing in the bylaws that states, and many bylaws do. Many bylaws say that you will meet at least once a quarter, or you will meet on the 2nd Thursday of every month. Ours don't say that, so we don't have that. So I don't think that it would be as easy as just saying regular meeting because, I mean, you could make that amendment, but I see issues with it with our bylaws. And the parliamentarians are agreeing with me, so I think really that motion would be out of order because it's not germane to what our bylaws say.
Okay.
I mean, you could think of another way to do it. I don't know what that would be exactly, but.
Could I specify in person?
Yes, I think that would work.
2 consecutive in-person sessions would
Okay,
be in
so you're
order?
making an amendment to the amendment to insert the words where it says 2 consecutive, and the current amendment changes that to sessions. It would say 2 consecutive in-person sessions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Huh? And don't forget the hyphen.
Yes.
Is there a second to the amendment to the amendment? I see 13. I saw, I think, 14. Close enough. Okay, so now we are on discussion of only the amendment to the amendment, and that is inserting the words in person. Yes, sir. Yes, I believe that's. Okay, is it worded improper? I mean, I am not looking at the screen, but I believe that his intention was to say it would be 2 consecutive in-person sessions. Okay, yes, and the maker of the motion, that was your intent, right? To make it consistent throughout the bylaw. So yes, thank you for the, okay. Is there discussion on the amendment to the amendment only? Are you speaking on the amendment to the amendment?
No.
Are you speaking on the amendment to the amendment?
No.
Okay, then nobody is speaking, are you speaking to the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we intentionally didn't want to limit this to the in-person sessions. If you miss 2 consecutive meetings, you're not doing your job and you need to be removed. What we added, and I'm going to make this argument probably when we get to the main motion as well, what we added that last sentence about allowing you to be reappointed, and that was intentionally so that if you miss your 2 meetings and you've got a believable reason, the XCOM will just appoint you back to that spot. But that has to be, you need the XCOM to do that. And missing 2 meetings, in our view, is enough to say that you're not doing your job and you need to be removed from the executive committee.
Okay. Are you speaking to the amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Request for information, which is how is the bylaws committee defining the word attend? Does that include or exclude something like what we saw today with our treasurer who came in on Zoom?
Currently, our bylaws do not allow for a hybrid meeting. If we have an in-person meeting, you have to be in person to vote. You can show up via some other way to present a report, for instance, but you're not there as a voting member. You have to be in person to be in person.
Okay, in that case, I would speak against.
Madam Chair, we're at time.
Okay, we're at time of 15 minutes on this item. Is there a motion to extend time?
Motion to extend by 3 minutes.
Real quick, did I hear 3 minutes? Because right now we're on an amendment
Motion
to the amendment.
extend by 5 minutes, please.
Okay, 5 minutes. Is there a second? Is there any objection to extending by 5 minutes? Okay, it's been objected to, so we will go to a vote. All those in favor of extending time, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, we're not going to extend time. We are going to go to a vote on all pending questions. So the first of the pending questions is the amendment to the amendment that would, so keep in mind that the amendment was going to say, it's basically changing meetings to sessions, and the amendment would be to change it to in-person sessions as opposed to not having the in-person. Does everybody understand what they're voting on now? It's just the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, the amendment to the amendment failed. Now we're going to go to a vote on the amendment.
Point of clarification?
Okay.
If I may do so, I wanted to clarify whether the intention, my understanding is that a meeting is one contiguous piece of time, maybe with a recess. A session might be, for example, this entire convention would be a session. Someone missing a session as it's going to be stated, does that mean that they missed the entire session? So for example, if someone missed Saturday of the convention, that would not count as missing a meeting? Right. But only if they missed the entire session. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so now does everybody understand what they're voting on with that? So you're voting on to whether to change it so that it now says sessions as opposed to meetings to meet the definition that I believe was intended, or that seems to have been intended. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, the amendment has passed. Now we will go to a vote on the main motion as amended. So just to be clear what everybody is voting on, what it will say now is an executive committee member who fails to attend 2 consecutive sessions of the executive committee shall be deemed to have vacated his or her seat as of the close of the second session. I mean, consecutive session missed. The member may be reappointed.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
Does that mean if this had been in effect currently, that Paul, our treasurer, would have been ousted automatically by this bylaws?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I could be reappointed as well, though.
Point of information?
Yes.
Can I make an amendment to the motion?
No. We're now at a vote of on all pending questions because we ran out of time and that motion to extend time didn't pass. Sorry. Okay. So now we are voting on the main motion as amended. I just read it. Is there any questions on what you're voting on? Okay. All those in favor of the main motion as amended, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Yeah, we're going to do a counted vote because this requires 2/3, and I don't believe that was 2/3. I do want to do a standing. And right now, we're going to try it this way. We're going to just do a standing. So everybody in favor, please stand. I'm not going to count yet. I'm going to have you just stand. I'm going to count. It was 72 to 37, 36, whatever it was. 32, I'm sorry. So the motion passed. We will go to the next.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
Without a treasurer, how long could the Libertarian Party conduct business? We just passed the bylaw that basically says if Paul couldn't attend a meeting, we have no treasurer. How long would we stay in business? When I was national chair, we had a national treasurer resign. Within 24 hours, we could not operate after 24 hours. That's what you guys, that's just why you did what you just did.
Orders of the day, can we move forward?
Yeah, there's not a question to that. So, okay, we will go to the next one.
Yes. All right, so the next one is from Bylaw 12, Section 4. The impact of this is the executive committee email ballots will not commence voting for 48 hours after the motion is initiated. The 120-hour deadline to close voting remains unchanged. So this is kind of like a longer bylaw. We are just adding things though, so I'll read what we've added. We are adding, after a motion is made and seconded, a 48-hour period of discussion of the motion of the executive committee shall commence. During this time, the maker of the motion may amend or withdraw the motion. At the end of the discussion period, if the motion has not been withdrawn, the secretary will put the question to the body, at which time voting on the motion will commence. We are also adding in C, we're adding the current sentences, after 120 hours in all of the cases. We are adding after hours from the beginning of the above described discussion period, so it's just relating to that previously read portion. We are also adding toward the end, no email motion may be initiated later than 120 hours before a scheduled executive committee meeting. The foregoing section does not apply to voting conducted as part of elections, which can be conducted electronically by the executive committee in a manner it deems appropriate, provided that such manner does not conflict with any other provision of these bylaws.
Okay, so we will go to discussion, and I do believe...
Personal privilege, actually, has nothing to do with this. It was before we got into this. I wanted to commend our chair. The 2 times that she's decided to go to a vote to see if it was close, we were like within a couple of votes. Your ears are amazing. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yes, sir. Thank you.
So, I think I should give you a little bit of history in this first. So,
Speak into the microphone, because I can hardly hear you.
Sorry about that. A little bit of history here. So, originally, when this was created, this whole section was when we actually were doing voting by mail, U.S. Postal Service mail, old-fashioned. And then eventually, this was brought up to a more modern era where we said, well, why can't we do email? So now email is being used. Since then, we've also added the ability to do online meetings. I think that this whole section, Bylaw 12, Section 4, is now an anachronism because there's no reason today why we can't have online meetings. And they work a heck of a lot better than an email ballot where you're trying to figure out, all right, we're in the middle of a vote, but we really need to amend, but we can't do it because we're in the middle of a period, and points of order can't be handled. There's all sorts of messes. So I'd like to make a proposal that's kind of a little bit out of the box. I realize it'll require a higher threshold to meet it because it's a proposal from the floor. I'm actually going to propose that we eliminate in its entirety Bylaw 12, Section 4, because Bylaw 12, Section 3 already allows for transaction by telephone conference or other electronic communications, and that works really, really well.
Okay, so your motion, just to be clear, your motion is a substitute motion, and it's to remove that completely. And I do agree with you that that is substantial change. That would not just be a basic substitute motion, so that would require the higher threshold of 3/4 vote.
But I give it a fly and see if you guys think this makes sense. I think it does. Maybe we can get that 3/4 vote. Zoom meetings. Video conference.
Any type of video conference, whatever it might be. So I would, on this one, I do want to stand, and by the way, Credentials Committee, I have a question for them. Can somebody ask Kat to listen to me for a moment? Has credentials changed substantially since we started? I'm assuming it hasn't, but we haven't gotten an update. Okay, just making sure. So we still need 13 people standing. So can I please have 13 people standing if they want to second this motion?
Point of information?
Yes.
Clarification from Mr. Starr. Right now, any two members of the executive committee can introduce and sponsor an email ballot. Is it your intention that going forward, anytime two members want to have a meeting, there has to be an online meeting called, and that there's no way except having an online meeting to dispose of that? I think this 48-hour thing would allow people to discuss and maybe withdraw the motion, but I don't see how that would be accomplished without having an actual meeting under your proposal.
I think that's actually discussion, because I think that the proposal is clear that this would mean that that wouldn't be it. So it would go to the bylaw that already says you need 7 days notice for an electronic meeting.
I thought his question was, what does it take to have an online meeting?
It takes 7 days.
Number of people.
5.
Okay.
So it would be 5 people instead of 2, and it would be 7 days instead of 48 hours plus 120 hours.
Would this be also just a call of the chair?
Yeah.
So
It
5.
could also just be a call of
correct.
the chair. Absolutely.
Good point.
It's a call of the chair, 5 members. It could be either. Does that answer the question?
It does.
Okay.
Well, go ahead and vote on the second, and then I'd like to
Yeah, I
speak
need a standing second to
against
go to
one.
discussion on this. So do I have 13 people standing? And I have more than 13 people standing. So now we are on discussion of the substitute motion. And the substitute motion is essentially to get rid of Section 4 in its entirety, therefore no longer having email ballots. Is there discussion? Yes?
I'd just like to say that I do support Mr. Starr's motion here. I think it's really important. Sometimes things get mired. I think we've all seen email threads that just get really interesting, to say the least. I think having a meeting where we can flush things out, have actual discussion on things that might be controversial or that might need clarification. I think this is a really good, I know it's off the cuff and it needs 3/4, but I would strongly encourage everyone to vote in favor of this so that we actually have XCOM members doing the work and not just doing things over email. Thank you, Mrs. Starr. This was out of left field and out of the box, but I love it.
I
Well
appreciate
done.
that. Mr. Malkin, I am going to ask you, though, for speaking during motions, you need to go down to the floor the same way that I would need to. You can't speak to motions from up here. That's okay. I didn't stop you. I let you make your... And I think it was a good point. So, all right. Yes, sir.
Starchild, Chair of San Francisco County. I think given that this would effectively make it much more difficult for members of the executive committee to put forward motions and have them voted on between regular in-person meetings, it would be a de facto significant centralization of power. So while I'm sympathetic to what Aaron says about email being cumbersome, I think this change needs a lot more work and figuring out a better way to balance that issue. Just making the change he proposes and leaving the other restrictions on calling an online meeting in place, again, will make it much more difficult for a couple members of the executive committee to bring something to the attention of the body and have it addressed. And I think that's an important thing. Having been on both the state executive committee before and the national committee of the Libertarian Party, I found just getting people together on the same page to have multiple people sponsor, introduce a motion is very difficult. Sometimes even finding one other person getting all that worked out in a timely manner can be quite difficult. So I think, Mr. Hinkle was earlier making the point about not wanting our party to be ineffective, being able to get things done. I think this would interfere with us being able to get things done and members bring stuff forward. So I would, I think this needs more work. I would urge people to vote no at this time, even though it's a good idea in a broad aspect.
I believe he was there first, so I'm going to go to him and then to you, because we're not doing yes, no's, obviously. So
Yeah, actually, Gary Alstead Orange. I'd like to speak against the amendment. This last year we used, and the secretary can correct me if I'm wrong, I think we did email ballots 45 times.
Yeah.
I mean,
47.
We did an awful lot of business over email. We also did have some Zoom meetings. They're useful for different things. Zoom meetings have this long lead time, and one of the things about the email ballots is it's something that everyone agrees in, and you can get 2/3 within 48 hours. So you can get the business done within 48 hours. The Zoom meeting's always going to have a longer lead time. We're all volunteers here. It is really hard to get 15 people any time that they can all get on a Zoom call because we all have lives outside of this. And yes, granted, there are times that we need to debate these things, but then there are also times where there really isn't much need for debate, and we just need a more effective way to get the business done. So I think they're both useful things. I would not want to get rid of one. The intent was to keep the email ballots and just try to streamline it. Because we used it 47 times, we found lots of problems with the way we did things, and we're just trying to make an improvement and make it more usable.
Yes, sir.
To me, it sounds like trying to make an improvement to a broken car. I just don't see how it really can be done. But let me address some points that were made earlier. Yes, today 2 people can introduce a motion through an email ballot and basically compel the rest of the committee to vote on it and waste their time. I think that if you don't have 5 people that are willing to actually discuss a matter, it really shouldn't even come before the executive committee. Secondly, as far as timing goes, yes, there's 7 days in order to have a in-person meeting. You have to give notice to people, as opposed to, I guess, 5 days, up to 5 days for an email ballot. So there's a 2-day difference. But I want to remind you that the operations committee, even today, can meet between meetings if necessary in order to get things done. If there's something urgent that needs to be done, and there's unanimous support for something. So I think that all the objections are really easily overcome here, and I think that we have a real opportunity to get rid of an anachronism. It's sort of like getting rid of the U.S. Postal Service and getting email. It'd be a great thing. So let's move into the modern world, guys. We're using online meetings. We're doing it well. We don't need email ballots with all of their limitations.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Garrison Ham, San Diego. I'd like to call the question.
Okay, and the question.
And we're actually at time almost anyway, 20 seconds. So.
Okay, so is there any objection to ending debate? Hearing none, the first thing that we will be voting on is the substitute motion. As stated, this is a substantial change from what was originally proposed. So this will require a 3/4 vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, it passes. Okay. I gotta admit, that surprised me.
Yeah. All right, from Bylaw 10, Section 9.
No, it was a substitute motion. On a substitute motion, that's the motion, correct? Oh, wait. You're right. Okay, you're right.
So one more ballot.
Does this one also require, so that one actually didn't, okay. One more vote, sorry about that, you are correct. The substitute motion is now the main motion, and I screwed up there. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, it still passes. And sorry about that.
All right. Bylaw 10, Section 9, we are adding, if an executive committee member advises the committee in writing that such member wishes to resign, the member's resignation shall be effective as of the date specified in such written notice, or immediately if the notice does not specify an effective date, without the need for the committee to formally accept the resignation. The impact is that there will be a clear and unambiguous mechanism for resignation in the bylaws. I guess it's come up, so we wanted to clarify it.
So in other words, we don't have forced servitude. So I shouldn't have said that. Yes, sir. We're going to discussion.
So I realize that there's no involuntary servitude in this party. However, under Roberts, it would normally be the case that the executive committee would either accept or reject a resignation. And the reason why they would normally be able to do that is because that person may have very substantial duties that they agreed to when they came to hold that office, and it would be inappropriate for them to resign under certain circumstances. Like, for example, if you need to have a treasurer long enough to replace them, that could be an issue. So I don't think this is, I understand the intent here, but I think we really should keep the option of being able to, as an executive committee, say, yeah, we understand you want to leave and you want to be excused from your duty, but we just got to keep you on long enough to make sure that that happens, that's taken care of.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. Starr.
Can you go to the microphone?
Well, it's not an argument. I just have a question based on.
Okay.
So what would happen if a particular person that wanted to resign that wasn't able to under Roberts just stopped doing their due diligence or their duty as a result of that anyway?
At some point, you're probably going to have that reality that they're not doing the job. You might have to remove them, but yeah, exactly. If they miss meetings, they're going to be out anyway at this point. But it's just, you just can't just shirk your duties when you sign up for something. You gotta keep at it. There may be extenuating circumstances, but you really need to get the agreement of the executive committee. In a sense, as the person that was elected to that official position, they've kind of made a contract with the rest of this body to get something done during their term. And I think that they need to really get the permission of the other part of the party, from the counterparty, to agree to no longer have that responsibility. So
Okay.
For those reasons, I think we really should vote this motion down.
And I do want to say that that seemed more to be debate, but over here.
Alex Polanski, Los Angeles County, California State Chair of the Libertarian Youth Caucus. I am for this motion because I understand resignation immediately and or having issues going on, as we see with the treasurer. He's having medical issues. If he needed to resign, I understand that. And I also understand where he's coming from, where that is. So maybe a motion to amend is in order to fix that. I don't know what the motion to amend would be, but I understand.
Okay. Okay, so if somebody wanted to craft a motion to amend.
Just to add to Aaron's comments, since you are now an FEC filer, the FEC requires that you have a treasurer, or else you cannot accept donations or make expenditures. So if you had a treasurer resign, it was effective immediately, you would have to shut down your donations on your website immediately. You couldn't spend money until you replaced them. So, that's being an FEC filer, inspired the National Party to create the assistant treasurer position, so we're not in that spot. We've got a backup person, in line, ready to go. But you don't have that here, so the position of treasurer in particular has some legal implications that I want to make sure you're aware of.
And because this does seem to be a question, because they're actually asking it up here, we don't have an assistant treasurer. We have an assistant treasurer as far as FPPC goes, but it's not like an elected assistant treasurer. So we don't have that. Yes, sir.
Star Child, San Francisco. I think Aaron hit the nail on the head when he started his comments. He said we don't have involuntary servitude in this party. And I think that's really all that needed to be said. That's why we should adopt this and let people resign if they want to resign. The other members of the executive committee can always attempt to persuade or cajole or beg them or whatever to stay on, but it is always inappropriate for us to force volunteers to continue doing something they don't want to do, because we all are all volunteers, and we believe in the non-aggression principle and not compelling people to do things against their will. There is no formal contract that you sign when you are appointed or elected to one of these volunteer positions. And we should keep it that way, I believe, and not go down the whole legalistic route.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
I would like to move to amend the motion.
Okay, she got there first. Or, I'm sorry, Alex got there first.
Thank you. I would like to move to amend the motion to add. When you do this, I can't see the rules, so I can't see what I'm amending. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you could scroll.
Thank you. When a member wishes to resign, excluding the treasurer, I would like to add excluding the treasurer past the word resign, after the word resign.
Okay. Is there a second to adding the treasurer to that? Second. I'd need 13 people standing.
That's 13.
6, 7, 8. I believe I'm counting 10. I'm counting 10. 11. Okay, now I'm counting 11. Okay, now I'm counting 12. Now I'm counting 13. Okay, we've got a standing second, so we will now go to discussion only on the amendment, and the amendment would make basically the one change, which would be to add the treasurer. So this would, or to add with the exception of the treasurer. Is that correct? With the exception of the treasurer. Okay.
Mark Jaffe, Contra Costa County. I think this is excessively detailed, and I ask that we call the whole question at this point. Thank you.
Okay. So you're calling all pending questions. Okay. So is there objection to calling all pending questions? Objection. Okay, it's been objected to. All those in favor of ending debate, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, we will end debate and go to an immediate vote on all pending questions. The first question is, or the first vote will be on the amendment, and the amendment is essentially this was the only amendment, right? I'm not, okay, I'm just making sure. So this would have all of the same words, but it would say with the exception of the treasurer. Oh. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, the amendment has failed, so we will go to a vote on the main motion as written. Does everybody understand what they're voting on? Oh, can you put it on the screen, please, Mr. Edgar? Do you need it read, or is it okay now? Okay, everybody knows what they're voting on now? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, the motion has passed. We will go to the next recommendation.
Point of inquiry, Chair, before we start the timer on this next one. We just deleted a section of our bylaws, and we no longer have a style committee. Do we need to have a vote at some point to renumber a bunch of our bylaws? The secretary can do that automatically. Thank you.
Yeah, for renumbering, yes. And actually, you're right.
They do. Don't eat grandma. All right, so bylaw 14, section 3, we're adding a bunch. We lost visual. We have visual, okay. So this is regarding the judicial committee. We're adding the words, it's about a paragraph or so. An appeal from an action or inaction by the party is commenced by filing a written petition with the judicial committee, which may be done by electronic means, regardless of whether an oral hearing is requested by the committee, and any central committee member or members may submit a written a written response to the petition within 14 days after the petition's filing. Any central committee member or members may submit a written reply to a response within 21 days after the petition's filing. Multiple persons may join in a single petition, response, or reply. Absent prior permission or a request from the judicial committee, no documents shall be submitted to the judicial committee other than the above-mentioned petition, response, and reply. No petition, response, or reply shall exceed 4,000 words in length. Exhibits may be attached to a petition, response, or reply, which shall not be counted towards the length of the submission. The judicial committee has discretion to disregard any submission that violates any part of this bylaw.
Okay, we will go to debate on this one. I don't know who was there first. Mr. Dean.
So I'd argue against this amendment on several grounds. One is I think it's completely unnecessary. It looks like it's doing something useful in where it specifies a schedule, but the only reason it looks that way is because this has been presented out of context. This article actually has more sections than have been shown to you in this report. There's several more sections which relate to how people file appeals, what the schedule is, how long the Judicial Committee has to respond, and so forth. So this is an unnecessary addition with respect to the schedule. It is also, in my opinion, totally overkill in terms of bureaucratic micromanagement of the Judicial Committee. Judicial Committee already has the ability to do all of the things that are in here. There's no reason for the convention to constrain the Judicial Committee. And the idea that the Judicial Committee has discretion to disregard things, they already have that. This is complete micromanagement of a committee that does not need micromanagement. They can deal with these things themselves. They're supposed to be an independent body. Let them do their job.
Yes, sir.
Point of personal privilege, but the secretary is. I request that when you that you leave the motion up there, as opposed to watching like this person made this motion or whatever, so that we can focus on what we're debating. I find it very difficult when you change the screen to like so and so made a motion. Do you understand my request?
I do have to compromise to some degree in order to record what's going on in real time, but I'll do my best to leave it up there to the extent that I can.
Okay, a possibility might be to have a small screen where you like are typing.
Could you do a side by side, maybe?
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Yes, thank you.
And I think that would be hard to do on the fly, but okay. Next, over on this mic, please.
Garrison Ham, San Diego. I'd like to call the question.
Yes.
Okay, the question's been called. Is there objection to ending debate?
Objection.
Okay, it's been objected to. All those in favor of ending debate, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. Okay, debate is ended. We will go to a vote on this. Just for clarity, this is adding quite a bit to Bylaw 14, Section 3, that primarily discusses how filings are made, how many words, so on and so forth. Does everybody understand it and what they're voting on? Okay, there's grammar errors, but okay. Everybody understands what they're voting on, though. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the motion fails. We will go to the next item.
Point of information.
sir.
The current judicial chair, and I can't speak for all the members, but some members are probably happy that didn't pass.
Thank you.
All right, so the next one is from Bylaw 9, Section 2. We are adding the words, notwithstanding any other language in these bylaws, a county organization may enact a rule stating that a non-resident of such county must have been a member of such county organization for a reasonable period of time in order to participate in such organization's business. A reasonable period of time for the purposes of this section means a period of time of up to 30 days in length.
Okay, so we will go to discussion. Yes, sir.
I would one point of privilege, Madam Chair. If I could take a second to try to get these Word documents to display side by side as requested by one of the members a moment ago.
Yeah, you can have a. Do you want to not have debate until that happens?
Give me just, here, I think I can arrange it this way. Here. That's not how to do it.
You got a copy?
It won't take 10 minutes. Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm just going to zoom it out. Right, okay, that was what I was afraid of.
Well, you could make the part you're typing on really small and the other part bigger so that you see what you're doing, but they don't see.
I'm going to need like a zooming assistant. Okay. So here, Alex, side by side. Is this what we were talking about?
Let's try that.
All right.
Does that work for everybody?
Yes.
Well, that was a lot of yeses and a lot of nos. It's better than before, maybe going forward we could come up with a better solution. When we go to the vote, he can make the one bigger so that you see what you're voting on. But
Point of information.
yes, sir.
So are the counties prohibited from doing this now? Is that what and we're giving them permission to withhold membership? Okay. That's what I know.
Wait.
I have a point of information.
So right now, the county can't say that somebody can't be a member of their county if they're a non-resident or so forth. But I believe that the counties can have seasoning requirements for voting at their conventions.
I think that's why this is a question. That's why this proposal came, because some counties think they can do it, some people think they can't, and this is to make it clear.
Okay.
So I have a...
Yes, sir.
I move to amend 30 to 90, the number of days. And the reason is it's supposed to be a reasonable period of time. As I see it, the purpose of this is to support the statement immediately above it that says a party member may be a member of only one county central committee. Now, the practical effect of letting people switch too frequently is that they can effectively be a member of more than one central committee because they can switch the day before one county meets, and then next week they can switch to that county and participate in that county's meeting. So the question of what is that, it's going to be somewhat arbitrary, whatever number you pick. But the reason why I'm suggesting that 90 is a more reasonable one is that many counties have quarterly meetings. And since they operate their meetings on a quarterly basis, if you change this to 90, that allows those counties to protect themselves by specifying a limit of up to 90 days. Notice that this is just the limit that the state bylaws will put on the counties of what amount of time they can require. If a particular county wants to make it be 15 days or 30 days or whatever, they would still be allowed to do this. This just allows the counties who have quarterly meetings to take advantage of this in a meaningful way.
Okay. So, thank you. That was a motion to amend, and the amendment was to change 30 to 90. So this will now say 90 days in length. And so it would mean a period of time of up to 90 days instead of up to 30 days. Is there a standing second? Okay, we have a standing second. We will go to debate on the amendment only. Are you speaking on the amendment only?
I'm sorry, there's something I'm confused about. It's a question.
Okay, that's fine.
Sandra, Contra Costa County. Is there any reason why it should be different for non-residents and residents? Like if you move into the county, like I did, and I got a postcard inviting me to an annual meeting the next month, it wouldn't have applied to me because even though I was new to the county, I was resident. And I'm using the state membership list to establish that I'm a resident for purposes of notice. In other words, if it hadn't been for that postcard, I wouldn't have known there was an election and a meeting until I went looking to find out if there was a local party to join.
So if I'm hearing your question correctly, because you said it was a question,
yeah.
Your question is that why is this only talking about people that are non-residents of the county?
What did the bylaws committee hope to?
Well, I believe that if you're a resident or if you just move in, they didn't want to prohibit you if you moved from, Los Angeles to Contra Costa, that you would have to, because you live there now. It would be like if you move here from another state, you'd have to wait that vetting period. I believe that was the reason why they're doing it this way.
Okay.
And I believe the answer that was given before was so that people couldn't switch counties.
Okay, so it's a seasoning just for people who haven't actually
moved.
Our bylaws say that you can be a central committee member of the county in which you live or any county you choose to. You don't have to live in the county. I think that this is trying to limit people that don't live in the county from switching counties is the way that I understood the explanation.
Okay. I still have to think about that, but thank you.
But I believe that that's the answer. Yes, sir.
So regarding the 90 days versus 30, I think regarding the 90 days versus 30, I think 90 days is reasonable. We've had an issue where some people in theory would say, hey, well, today I'm a member of San Bernardino County, and the very next day they inform the state chair or the state secretary, hey, make me a member of Los Angeles now, and they go vote in their election. And then it's like, all right, now I want to do Ventura. So it's just this venue shopping, if you will, by members doesn't make any sense who aren't really members of the organization. They're just trying to game the system. I guess I have a more basic question, which is, why do we really allow people at all to affiliate with a committee other than the county they're residents? There's probably maybe 6 people in the entire state that so not get along with their counties that they insist on affiliating with somebody else, and we have to go through all of this rigmarole at the state level to figure out, well, instead of the county you actually live in, we're going to assign you to that county. It's just a manual process. I think that we should eliminate that possibility altogether.
Okay,
so maybe.
So first, I've got 2 things. One, this is debate on the
90
change
days.
between 30 days and 90 days.
Yes.
That's what this is. We're also 3 minutes to a hard stop because they have to change this room for the banquet.
Got it.
So
Right. Thank you.
I would suggest one of 2 things happen. Either if there's uncomfortability about this, somebody might wish to put this on, to wait till tomorrow to finish debate, or we can, because we're going to have to stop in 2 minutes.
So I'm going to suggest then we just call the question on all pending items.
Okay.
That's my motion.
We're almost at time anyway.
Right.
Gail
So,
Lightfoot,
okay, so
I'd like to answer his question. Why did we do it? Because people live in Riverside and work in LA. People live in Santa Maria and work in San Luis Obispo. That happens all around the state.
Okay.
So,
thank you. I appreciate that. We have now, there was a motion to end debate, or there was basically, call the question was called. Is there any objection to calling the question, or to ending debate? There's objection. We will go to a vote. All in favor of ending debate on all pending items, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
No, and to be clear, this is on all pending questions. That's what we're doing here, is just all pending questions. And that passed, so we will end debate on all pending questions. The first is
Move to adjourn.
Madam,
we're in the middle of a
in the middle
vote.
of a
We are
vote.
actually at a vote. It's inappropriate to adjourn while we're in a vote. Can we finish the vote?
Well, my point was to have time to properly discuss this when we reconvene. I understand people are in a hurry to vacate the room because they need it for the banquet, but I think the main motion deserves more discussion than we've had time to give it.
Okay, I've got a question for the parliamentarian. I know that typically the motion to adjourn is privileged. Is that the case during a vote? Okay. Yeah, I had already read I had already posed the question, so it's even though it's a privileged motion, we're in the middle of a vote, so it's inappropriate at this time. So my suggestion is if that's the case, you could always make a motion to reconsider tomorrow or something like that. We're going to a vote though. So the first thing we're voting on is to change
privilege. I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry. Rodney Austin, Sacramento. How many more bylaw issues are there?
There's one more after
this?
After this, which would resume. It's gonna, Correct. But the orders of the day tomorrow morning would be to complete this report because our bylaws or our rules don't give time certains to the agenda items. They just go in the order that they're.
Those will be taken up tomorrow morning.
That would be the order. That would be the orders of the day tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to a vote now. The first pending question. Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you. The first pending question
I'm sorry,
is.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Yes, sir.
If people abstain on a vote, are they eligible to move to reconsider?
No, you have to vote on the prevailing side to make a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
and not that it matters that we are officially at time.
We're in the middle of a vote, so yeah, and we're also a minute past like hard stop, so. But no, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to a vote. The first part of the question is the amendment, which is changing the 30 days to 90 days for the period in which a reasonable period of time up to 90 days instead of up to 30 days. So in other words, the counties could do it for a shorter number of days, just so everybody's clear on that. All those in favor of the amendment only, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, the amendment has passed and that becomes the main motion. The main motion is now with the 90 days and it has the rest of the language. Does everybody understand what they're voting on? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, the motion passes. So that concludes the meeting for today. So we will be adjourned until tomorrow morning at 8:30, I believe. At 8:30. And as just real quick as an announcement for anybody that missed it before, if they weren't in the room, if you have a ticket to the escape room, that has been canceled because of logistics and stuff. So if you happen to have gotten an escape room ticket, that's not happening. Huh?